Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the
Members, the first item on the order paper is members' statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statements. And members are reminded the statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Intervention will not be permitted, and they will take no points of orders on this or any other matter until this item of business has been finished. Carol Nicullen. I call Carol Nicullen.
I want to speak about the Neurology recall scandal and revelations in the recent BBC Spotlight programme. Thousands of people have already been affected by this scandal and indeed subsequent recall. The Neurology Recall Patient Support Group made a statement to the Neurology Inquiry thanking the team for the opportunity to submit questionnaires and give oral evidence. They have also requested a briefing from the inquiry team with patients prior to the inquiry making a report public. They have suffered enough and continue to suffer. Understandably, former patients of Michael Watt are dismayed and traumatised that he has continued to refuse to give evidence to the inquiry. I note that Michael Watt would not provide evidence to the inquiry either orally or in writing, despite the inquiry's willingness to receive a general written statement. This decision by Dr Michael Watt not to contribute to the inquiry has deeply hurt some of his former patients, to say the least. I have met with some of them, and the anger, hurt and mistrust caused by this scandal has deeply impacted upon them. Some patients have told me that they were advised not to have children, as it may negatively impact on their condition, a condition that still is in dispute. On Tuesday past, BBC Spotlight revealed some text between Dr Michael Watt and a former patient known as Jane. The impact of these exchanges on this very vulnerable woman was nothing short of shocking. I have since met Jane and other members of the patient recall group who have shared with me the text between Michael Watt and Jane. It is my understanding that Jane referenced these texts in her statement to the public inquiry into neurology. Jane has not yet had any response from that inquiry team, and this has caused her ongoing anxiety. I will share what I have with the public inquiry to ensure that it has the entire exchanges, and Jane is content for me to do so. Reading these texts, it is deeply distressing, to say the least. There appears to be a complete lack of acknowledgement of the seriousness of the allegations, let alone any regard. Our real concern is that Michael Watt, having refused to give evidence, should not be able to contribute to comment on any forthcoming report, and understandably many patients feel his refusal should also preclude him from giving any further contribution to the inquiry. If he's unfit to give evidence, how can he be fit to raise commentary? I have left these texts with Minister Swan also, and at last week's inquiry he said it was not appropriate for him to comment on the independence of the inquiry. I look forward to the public inquiry panel coming to the Health Committee soon, and I want to assure all the patients that we will continue to monitor this situation very, very closely.
Omagh, thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sir, I wish to speak in relation to the United Kingdom's departure from the European Union. Later today, this Assembly will debate a motion calling upon the United Kingdom Government to enter into a phytosanitary agreement with the European Union. That in itself is an implicit admission that the Northern Ireland Protocol has failed, and that those who called for its rigorous implementation were mistaken so to do. In the press today, the noble Lord, the Lord Frost, is quoted as saying, using the Article 16 safeguard mechanism to address the impact that the protocol is having in Northern Ireland may, in the end, be the only way to protect our country, our people, our trade and territorial integrity, the peace process and the benefits to this great United Kingdom. I totally agree with the noble Lord. This week, the collective leadership of unionism will be participating in an event at the Conservative Party conference. I welcome the fact that my leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, Doug Beattie, and the member from North Antrim, Mr Jim Allister, are showing a collective position in opposition to the protocol. There is not a single elected unionist representative in Northern Ireland who supports the protocol, not one. And history has shown that the consent of the governed is a prerequisite for any system of government that is not a dictatorship to exist. We do not, never will, and have not consented to live under this system. In the past, the Prime Minister has talked a good game in terms of his unionist credentials. Now it is time for those words to be backed up by firm action and resolve. The Prime Minister leads the Conservative and Unionist Party. It would be good to see a little more unionism injected into that party. For our part, we know who we are and what we're for. Who's he and what is he for? Thank you.
Nicole Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak this afternoon in relation to the Omagh bomb and to reiterate the SDLP's calls for a public inquiry into what is one of the worst atrocities and acts of terror on this island. On the 15th of August 1998, 4 months after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, the real IRA detonated a bomb in Omagh that killed 29 people, including a woman with 2 unborn twins, and injured 220 people. Since then, these victims and their families have fought and searched for truth and justice. For 23 years, they are still searching for truth and justice, and no one yet has been convicted of what is one of the most brutal atrocities of our lifetime. And I want to thank the campaigners in Omagh, the families, in particular Michael Gallagher, Stanley McComb, Kevin Skelton and many, many others who have dedicated every fibre of their being to the search for truth and justice. I have met with them many times and continue to do so, and I know that today, 23 years on, their pain is as raw now as it was on that terrible day. The SDLP has stood shoulder to shoulder with the victims' families for over 2 decades and will continue to support them in their fight for truth and justice. While we should never lose sight of the real perpetrators of the bombing and their callous, indiscriminate, heinous, cold actions, there exist major concerns over the role of the security forces in preventing the bombing, as outlined in the recent High Court judgment on the issue. Justice Horner said in July of this year, Mr Speaker, following a long legal case brought by campaigners in Omagh through their endless determination to seek out truth, that he is satisfied that certain grounds, when considered separately or together, give rise to plausible allegations that there was a real prospect of preventing the Omagh bombing. These grounds involve, inter alia, the consideration of terrorist activity on both sides of the border by prominent dissident Republicans leading up to the Omagh bomb. The judge said the threshold for an investigation under Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights had been reached. Any investigation will have to look specifically at the issue of whether a more proactive campaign of disruption, especially if coordinated north and south of the border, had a real prospect of preventing the Omagh bombing. Against this backdrop, Mr Speaker, I want to use today to reiterate my calls and the calls of my party and the SDLP on the Secretary of State, on the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, on the British Government and indeed on the Irish Government to do the right thing and order a public inquiry into the Omagh bombing that will, after 2 decades, finally bring some truth and hopefully justice to those families that have been suffering for over 23 years. Thank you.
And I call it Roy Beggs.
Just to highlight once more the continuing pressures there are on drivers seeking an MOT test. I firstly acknowledge the hard work that our DVLA technicians are doing, many working overtime in evenings and weekends, and their admin staff who are trying to field hundreds of phone calls from frantic drivers. So staff are working extremely hard, but it's still not meeting demand. And the Minister's acknowledged that the PSNI have given guidance that provided the car is roadworthy and has an MOT appointment, a degree of flexibility will be shown to drivers. Insurance companies have indicated that provided the cars are maintained, they should still be covered even if they do not have an MOT. But that's the word should. There's an element of doubt there. However, despite all this, I continue to be contacted by frantic drivers. I'm thinking of an NHS worker who cannot use her car to get to work. I'm thinking of another parent who cannot help get her children to and from school. This is particularly an issue of those living either in the rural community or where public transport will not meet their needs. There is an added pressure that is not being dealt with, and that is the DVLA in Swansea. If you do not have an MOT, you cannot get your car tax. Legally, you're required to store in your vehicle, declare it, you're taking it off the road, potentially an £80 fine for late declaring that, potentially a £2,500 for failing to tax your vehicle. So what are we doing to help our drivers who are in a real quagmire at the minute? They're struggling to keep their cars on the road to meet their family needs. In a recent answer from the Minister, I was advised no temporary exemption certificates were issued during August or September. And the Minister is citing road safety reasons. Last week in the Assembly Committee, Infrastructure Committee, when I asked the official degree of accidents caused by mechanical failure, the answer was Mechanical failure makes a tiny percentage, I think it's point-something% of the cause of accidents. That has not impacted, or at least it is not showing through in data, as having any increased causal effect on accidents since MOTs began to be delayed. It's a tiny percentage. The main cause is driver error. Minister, we are not meeting the demand. There is a huge number desperate to get an MOT test. Please issue some more temporary exemption certificates. I understand we're virtually testing at the numbers that will be coming due each time, but we've got that backlog. Please enter some more temporary exemption certificates so people can get a timely test.
Time's up. And I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like so many others, I was horrified and outraged that a Metropolitan Police officer abused his position of power and authority to abduct, rape and murder Sarah Everard. There is no doubt that this case has had an impact in this jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, and also, of course, in others. Before he murdered Sarah Everard, Wayne Cousins was subjected to 3 separate allegations of indecent exposure. One allegation was just weeks before he committed the latest abhorrent crime. It is unequivocally apparent that there have been fundamental failings of the Metropolitan Police and indeed the Kent Police to properly investigate those allegations, and also a failure of the vetting system. The subsequent statement and advice, quote, "If you're concerned about the police, you should call the police," issued by the Met Police demonstrates a complete lack of insight and understanding into the issue of women's safety with the police and does not address the imbalance of power between a police officer and the person they're arresting. The fact is that this is not an incredibly rare event, nor is it a localised issue. To end male violence against women across these islands, Mr. Speaker, we have to face up to the magnitude of the threat and recognise that it stems from the inequality and power imbalance between men and women in society in general. We need research commissioned, resources allocated and funding deployed to meet the moment and stand the challenge in order to establish a society where women are safe and free. We also, Mr. Speaker, need to recognise and address the sexism and misogyny that infects all our major institutions. Misogyny is deeply rooted in the institutions, including the police, which are meant to protect us. It is entirely unacceptable that those who are responsible for enforcing the law and protecting the public should have such reprehensible disregard for their safety, as was the case with the recent Metropolitan Police statement. Policing is part of the solution. A violence against women and girls strategy is vital, as a serious investment and political consensus around these issues. Looking specifically at commitment from political colleagues, Mr. Speaker, we need to do more. Anything less is a continued betrayal of women and girls day in and day out. I am pleased to state here in this House, Mr. Speaker, that the PSNI has started the conversation, including stakeholder engagement, and I have been pleased to be involved in that process so far as a Policing Board member. I welcome this progress, but I want to hear more from the police about what wide-ranging reforms they are going to introduce to ensure, as far as they can, a serving police officer never rapes or murders a woman again. There remains a need to investigate institutional misogyny in the police services and identify the intersections between sexism and racism, because, as we know, women of colour have a different experience when engaging with police across the country. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, the strategy being brought forward by the Executive Office can now progress at pace. One life sentence is not justice for the fear every woman feels because of failure in our systems and institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Trevor Lunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to raise the topic of a potential border poll and the question of what should be happening in advance of the Secretary of State perhaps calling a referendum. We may not all agree with the outcome of the 2016 Brexit poll, but the lack of planning, the level of misinformation, deceit and misleading nonsense is self-evident now and clearly influenced the result. A border poll in Ireland, if it is to be genuinely reflective of the will of the Irish people, including unionists, requires detailed information gathering and presentation to allow voters to make an informed choice based on correct facts and proposals. We can learn from Brexit and conduct a fair and open poll. The matters of most concern have been well rehearsed, but just for instance, what do we do about the health service? Is Sláintecare a runner, is it not? It seems to be running into the sand at the moment. Education systems, can they be harmonised? Policing, we have 2 splendid police forces in this island. Can they be brought together as one unit? pensions, identity, Britishness, cultural expression, the position of stormont. Can we have regional assemblies under a new regime, or is that not possible? We've got 4 provinces in Ireland, possibly we could work at that. I'm aware of the Southern Government's shared island unit. Without knowing much detail, actually it sounds a bit vague to me, but it's hardly fair to say that. Likewise, the SDLP's new Ireland Commission. I don't have any detail, but I wouldn't wish to criticise. I think it's a good initiative, so let's wait for the outcome. Ireland's Future, the organisation to which I now belong, has been consistent in calling for a citizens' assembly, drawn from north and south, to meet and establish the facts, both positive and negative, around the unification question. They also are clear, like all the political parties of any substance, that the population, north and south, must consent to allow any change to take place. So I ask and recommend all parties to adopt the principle of a citizens' assembly and encourage its formation. And hopefully with the right membership, frankly probably not including politicians, such a body can progress the debate in time for the inevitable border pull. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to talk about Sarah, a woman who was just walking home, yet was abducted, raped and murdered by a man in a trusted position for his own selfish and depraved gratification. I offer my heartfelt condolences to Sarah Everard's parents, family and friends, and extend these to the victims and families of every woman and girl who has been abused, assaulted, raped or murdered. Our condolences, our anger is no longer enough. And at this point, words said are in vain. We need action from government, from society and from each of us as individuals. Mr. Speaker, we need to tackle misogyny, and we do this by making misogyny a hate crime. It is not enough to expect people to edit their behaviour. It's not happening, so we need to make it law. How is it that we live in a society where being a woman can be used against us? How is it that women are subject to sexist comments in both public and private organisations without expecting redress? And how is it that women experience the worst of society yet do not feel supported to speak out? We need to ensure perpetrators in a trusted position that abuse their position are sentenced to reflect this, and if necessary, create legislation as an aggregating factor. It is appropriate that we protect those serving on the front line to show that we trust and are thankful for the job that they do. But with trust comes responsibility. And for those few that do abuse the trust, we must proportionately hold them to account, not just for the victim, but the confidence of a wider society. Mr. Speaker, it is not all men, but when women and girls, and indeed other men, are attacked, beaten, raped or murdered, the perpetrator is most likely a man. And this is a fact that we can no longer ignore. I call on men to help us eradicate violence against women and girls. Women know and feel what danger looks like. We are used to it, so stop trying to advise us. Women know how to equip themselves. We are already stocked up, so don't sell us products. Women know when to walk away or across the street. We do it regularly, so don't protect us. But you can stop the abuse, stop the violence and stop the toxic culture that diminishes, sexualises and violates women and girls. Don't beat her. Don't rape her. Don't murder her. Raise boys to be men who respect and cherish women and girls. Communicate healthy relationships, control and accountability. Be good role models. Mr. Speaker, that's where we start.
Thank you, and I call Pat Sheehan.
Cull, and I want to raise an issue that I'm sure many members here have been alerted to in recent days, and that's the unacceptable delays that many families are experiencing in having applications for free school meals and uniform grants processed. And I have to say that these don't appear to be isolated incidents, because our offices are receiving complaints from right across the north from frustrated families whose applications have not been processed, and we are now 6 weeks into the new school terms. This is totally unacceptable. And amid the growing cost of living crisis and the proposed cuts to universal credit, this is another burden on our already hard-pressed families. It's not acceptable, and it needs to be resolved as a matter of urgency. Party colleagues and I are following up on this, and I hope both the Minister for Education and the Education Authority will move with haste to get these applications processed and ensure this crucial support is put in place for children and families without any further delay. And I hope the Education Minister and the Education Authority are listening to this morning. And I also want to mention, cont'd, that I have a private member's bill in the Bills office at the minute. It was originally brought forward by my colleague Karen Mullen, but it's my intention to bring it forward. And that will put on a statutory basis, if it's enacted, that children of families who are entitled to free school meals will get support all the year round, not just while schools are sitting, even during summer holidays, Christmas and Easter holidays and so on. And that will again help hard-pressed families who need this support, and particularly in the current economic crisis, where it's hard-pressed and vulnerable families who are facing the most challenges and difficulties at this moment in time.
Call Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, and I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate a young gentleman from New Mills, just outside Dungannon, Nick Griggs. Nick yesterday won the under-17 mini marathon in London. He was only recently selected to represent Northern Ireland, and yesterday went and actually won that event. I'm just going to give you a brief background of this young gentleman and his recent wins. He won a gold medal win in the men's 3,000 metres at the European Athletics Under-20 Championships in Estonia, a record-breaking performance in the Under-18 Irish Youth, and Under-17 British records for the 5,000 metres and 300 metres respectively. A three-time record-breaking performance in the Irish Juvenile Championships, smashing both the 3,000 metre and 500 metre times. To date, this young runner has won an impressive 3 Irish titles at under-18 and under-20 levels. So I think it's a great achievement for somebody in my constituency, and I wish him well, this young man, for his future career, whatever that may be.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the South Belfast Food Bank in my constituency for its outstanding contribution to our community during the pandemic. As the £20 uplift to universal credit comes to an end, I know more than ever its services will be in demand as people struggle to feed their families this winter. It has been a lifeline for so many, from people who lost their jobs to COVID-19 to those who faced increased household bills as a result of furlough or the closure of schools. When people find themselves with a severely reduced income or falling between the cracks of support schemes, the South Belfast Food Bank stepped up to give vital support. When the pandemic forced the closure of its drop-in service, the Food Bank adapted to the needs of the South Belfast residents by providing a much-needed door-to-door delivery service. I'm immensely grateful to Bruce Gardner-Crane and the rest of the team for going above and beyond to help people through such a tough time. My thanks also go to all of those people who donated directly or via the drop-off point at Tesco's in Newton Breda. Over the Christmas period, I was pleased to be able to make my contribution by offering my office as a drop-in and collection point, and by volunteering in the delivery of the food parcels, which were delivered to individuals and families to get them through the holidays. As Christmas is a period of joy, the financial burden can place a huge strain on households, and I look forward to helping again this year. I know that my constituents will be looking forward to spending the £100 as part of the High Street spend scheme for people in need. It will provide a welcome boost to their income to spend on essentials. For others, it will be an opportunity to treat themselves after a difficult 18 months. And I hope they will use many of the fantastic local businesses in South Belfast. There will be others still who will be looking to make use of them for charitable purposes. Whilst it is my understanding that the prepaid card should not be donated directly to a charity, I would encourage people to consider purchasing items for those organisations that can make use of them. In this way, the money can still benefit the local economy as intended, and also go to those in need of it. A local food bank or shelter is a perfect choice, and anyone wishing to make a donation can make contact to ask what is required. The South Belfast Food Bank is always in need of donations to continue its amazing work. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the wider Trussell Trust for its UK-wide network of support, of which the South Belfast Food Bank is a part. In the last financial year, the charity delivered a record 2.5 million emergency food parcels, a 33% increase on the previous year. This is a staggering number, exacerbated by the pandemic, but unfortunately a reality of our current government. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, whilst I question the policies that make food banks necessary, I remain incredibly grateful to be able to offer my constituents the service of accessing South Belfast Food Bank. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Colin. I wish to raise an issue in my constituency in relation to the band foot. It may not be known to many members in the chamber, but the band foot is a crossing of the band at Charlestown over to Cull and Mahary. Now, in this day and era, you would have hoped that there would be a pedestrian bridge, a bridge across that to facilitate cyclists, to facilitate pedestrians, even to facilitate cars. But unfortunately, that is not the case. And I have urged the Infrastructure Minister to bring it forward. The Infrastructure Minister tells me the Council has not brought this forward as part of the Greenways projects. Well, I think now it's time for a strategic decision to be made for this bridge to be put in place to allow Lough Neagh, the largest inland waterway in these islands, to be circumvented by both vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists. It has huge potential to increase tourist numbers in the area and investment in the area. If there are genuine concerns among a number of the residents in the area, then they have to be dealt with through the planning process. If the planning process comes back and says the concerns are genuine, then the scheme shouldn't go ahead. But we can't have it as it is now without a strategic decision being made. So, Concordia, I'm urging that the band foot is bridged, that we have the potential of tourism in the area built upon, and that the reality of having residents having to travel 18 miles instead of 300 yards over a bridge is brought to an end. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, this House is well averse with the problems of the Northern Ireland Protocol, whether that be societal in terms of the violence that was brought to our streets and the disruption of the delicate cross-community support that there is not only for these institutions but across Northern Ireland. Those have been damaged as a result. We've seen cancer drugs blocked from entering Northern Ireland because of the protocol, and recently a leading retailer talks of stock and shelves going down from product lines of 9,000 down to 4.5. So despite Sinn Féin, SDLP and indeed Alliance rigorous implementation of the protocol, the problems exist and they're only going to get worse unless this problem is dealt with and dealt with effectively. Lord Frost today in his speech to the Conservative Conference said that he was putting the EU on notice that the UK would indeed trigger Article 16. Lord Frost has drafted a full legal text to override the protocol. But you will forgive me for saying, and I hope he understands, that Ulster people will not be purely taking the words of Lord Frost, because once bitten, twice shy in relation to Brexit and in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol. Action, not words, is now required. Lord Frost mentioned in his keynote speech that there was continual dragging of the heels from the European Union. That will surprise no member in this room, because we have to look at what was the real intention of the Northern Ireland Protocol. It wasn't for the best interests of the people of Northern Ireland. It was a cruel and callous punishment beating for the people of Northern Ireland, fallen and backed up by the parties opposite. Northern Ireland was collateral damage in what was a European game. So I would say now to Lord Frost and indeed the government to stop dithering, to stop the dilly-dallying, to stop the grandstanding, get on with the job, not next year, not next month. Trigger Article 16 this week. Let's bring this issue to a head and let's restore the delicate equilibrium that is Northern Ireland and let our economy and our society prosper for the next century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And that concludes member statements. Okay, members, moving on to the next item on the agenda. On the order paper, Mr Alex Easton has sought leave to present the public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to bring this petition of 3,606 people, mostly from my constituency of North Down, who are opposed to the DAERA's consultation to cull badgers to tackle the TB issue. Mr Speaker, we as Assembly have to tackle TB and we need to help our farmers. But when there is an alternative to the culling of badgers through a vaccination programme, then we seriously have to look at that, and I believe that is the positive way to go. I am passionate about this issue and cannot support a badger cull. There are only 43,000 badgers living in our countryside across Northern Ireland. That is not a huge population of badgers. And in fact, if the cull goes ahead right across Northern Ireland, I would suggest that that is putting the badger population at serious risk. Only 80% of our badger population do not carry TB, yet that 80% are actually going to be put at risk because they're going to be culled whether they have TB or not, and that's just not acceptable. Other animals carry TB, Mr Speaker, foxes and deer, and in fact even cattle carry TB and can pass it on to other cattle. So it's very unfair that badgers are being taken in isolation for a proposed cull by the Department of DAERA. Culls in England and Wales and the Republic of Ireland have proven to be totally unsuccessful. And in England, they've culled 140,000 badgers, and it's made very little difference to TB in the cattle population. So why are we not learning these lessons? There is a vaccination, and England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic of Ireland are now turning to that vaccination progress to show and realise that they've made a big mistake with the culling of badgers, and that is the way to go. There's also better testing that can be done in our cattle, and also better protection in the movement of cattle, so that we can add that to the vaccination programme, and that will help to reduce the incidence of TB. I'm the farmer's friend, and farmers should still be compensated while we look into the vaccination programme as the way to go. Mr Speaker, badger vaccination programme, in a survey, 85% of farmers who took part in that survey said that they were willing to allow the vaccination programme to happen on their land. So even farmers are not totally in favour of a badger cull. So, Mr Speaker, just finally in conclusion, I want to send the message that we in this Assembly have to have a mature debate about this.
Time's up.
And I would be calling on the Executive to block any attempt to cull our badger population. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Normally, I would invite the member to bring his petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing continuing, I would ask the member to remain in his place and make arrangements to submit the petition to the Speaker's office electronically. And I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly, and once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and send a copy to the committee. Thank you. Point of order, Mr Carroll.
Mr Speaker, I was raising to be called for a member statement, and I think it was the only party that wasn't called. No number of independents were rightfully called. Can you advise why that was the case, please? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would advise yourself about not challenging the rule of the Speaker and the conduct of any session in the Assembly. That's the first thing, is a no-no. Second thing is, just for your information and the members' all of the other members' information, you've spoken on 5 occasions since we started this process, which is very good, and that's perfectly in order. You were called properly and duly, but there are members in front of you here who were called today who had not been called at all. So I will exhaust the list of members who have not been heard during member statements until I take other people who have been repeat questioners, and that's fair enough. And we do our best to make sure that all members get treated fairly and equally, and that's what we have done. Thank you. Next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Education to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4), the period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to the 24th of November 2021, in relation to the committee stage of the Integrated Education Bill.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Integrated Education Bill, sponsored by Kelly Armstrong MLA, had its second reading in the House on the 6th of July 2021 and was passed at second stage, with the result that it began its committee stage in the Education Committee on the 7th of July 2021. The committee opened the call for written views on the bill on the Citizen Space platform on the Assembly website the following week. In deciding the term of the call for views, the committee was conscious of just how difficult a school year this has been for all education stakeholders, and just how important it was that the school holiday should represent a meaningful break. Accordingly, the committee proposed that the call for written views should remain open until the 10th of October 2021, just under a week from now. Standing orders provision of 30 working days for a committee stage without extension would run out on the 12th of October if we did not now ask the House for an extension. Given the varied sectoral interests and many education stakeholders we wish to have their say, the committee agreed at its meeting on the 15th of September to extend the committee stage until the 24th of November 2021. Given integrated education is in its 40th year, the committee stage will provide an opportunity to reflect on the efforts of all who have dedicated their time to integrated education and how best young people can access integrated education in Northern Ireland. At this stage in the mandate, the committee has a great deal of business in its forward work programme and has added additional bi-weekly meetings to help to manage its legislative workload and properly scrutinise the legislation. The extension will enable the committee to complete this task on behalf of the Assembly and the pupils and parents who support integrated education. Thank you.
Thank you. And no other members wishing to contribute. The question is, members, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just take a reason moment to move on to the next item on the order paper. Next item of business is the introduction of the Education Curriculum, CPR and the AED Bill. And I call Mr Colin McGrath to move the first stage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to introduce the Education Curriculum, CPR and AED Bill.
Thank you. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to require cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR training and automatic external defibrillator AED awareness to be on the curriculum for pupils at Key Stage 3.
Members, that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Members, take a raise again for a moment or two to get ready for the next item.
Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on universal credit uplift. I ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the far-reaching impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the increased reliance on the welfare system, notes that the £20 universal credit uplift has provided a lifeline to many low-income families, registers serious concerns about the devastating impact that its proposed removal would have at this critical juncture in the recovery period, further recognises that the removal of £20 per week from thousands of families will push more people into poverty at a time when 1 in 4 children already live in poverty, increase reliance on food banks and increase homelessness, as well as having dire consequences for our local economy, and calls on the Minister for Communities, in the absence of action from the Westminster Government, to liaise with her executive colleagues to retain this uplift for the remainder of this financial year and to commit to expediting a long-term strategy to tackle the shameful levels of poverty and social deprivation across Northern Ireland, which remain among the highest in Europe.
Thank you. I call Mr Mark Durkin to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I very much appreciate it.
Sorry, Mr Durkin, if you just say moved at this point, and then I'll call you. Did you say moved? Thank you. Business committees agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. I now call Mr Mark Durkin.
Thank you again, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to propose this motion and speak once more on the Tories' callous policy to remove the £20 universal credit uplift, a mechanism which has, and this is no overstatement, provided a lifeline to so many individuals and their families throughout the COVID pandemic and acted as an extra safety net to prevent people falling further into poverty. Since we last met to debate this crucially important matter, the situation has become even starker. Claimants have already been notified that their last payment will be made this week, coinciding with the end of furlough, the ramifications of which will spell catastrophe for 134,000 people who will be directly impacted by this cruel cut, as well as the wider implications for the local economy. Last week, myself and fellow Foyle MLAs spoke on what this removal would mean for our constituents and our constituency. The effect of it will be most profound in areas of high deprivation, such as Derry. Since then, not a day has passed where I have not listened to desperate and indeed frightened people who attest to the lifeline that this £20 per week has been for them. Over the course of the weekend, I was contacted by a young single mother, a mother who has contacted me continuously since being notified of her last uplift payment this coming Friday. She works hard to provide for her 2 children, yet her wages barely cover the essentials. For her, the £20 uplift allowed her merely to keep her head above water, to put food on the table, or just to remove the added stress of having to borrow a few pounds from family or friends for a packet of nappies that week. This is the reality of what we're dealing with. This uplift was not and is not a luxury. It's not yet another payment for scroungers, a characterisation which I've seen bandied around on social media and indeed by senior Tory politicians in recent weeks. A third of claimants here, like the young lady I've referred to, are working. She is genuinely worried, as are so many thousands of people, about what the weeks ahead will mean for her and her children. She is juggling a stressful job in the social care sector, raising 2 children under the age of 5 and maintaining a household. As a single parent, that's no mean feat, but to contend with being plunged into debt and poverty on top of that has left her at breaking point. Yet, I'm afraid this case is far from unique. 84,000 children across the north will be impacted, and we definitely need to do more to protect them. The consequences of going ahead with this cut will be catastrophic. It will undoubtedly hit harder here in the north than anywhere else. And if families needed this help 18 months ago, well, they certainly need it now. I do welcome the move by the First and Deputy First Ministers over the weekend, who have joined with other devolved leaders to urge Boris Johnson to abandon the removal of the universal credit uplift at this critical juncture in post-pandemic recovery. However, I do fear that this 11th-hour intervention may just be too little too late. Nevertheless, I'm finally glad to see the Executive come to the fore on this matter. But it's not enough just to oppose the UK Government plan to remove the £20 uplift. The Communities Minister, alongside her executive colleagues, must now plan and prepare to protect people here should the Tories persist with this punitive policy. This cut isn't only cruel, but short-sighted. It creates the perfect storm for poverty, as has been referenced in the Chamber and over our airwaves in recent weeks. People now have to battle the spiralling costs of living, a 35% gas hike, which in real terms means a rise of almost £200 for the annual household bill. Electricity prices are going up again, and with implications of Brexit, grocery bills that have already risen massively are expected to continue to rise. Rising property values mean rising rents, and I've witnessed the outworkings of that, as I'm sure many others have here, with more and more people contacting our offices for housing support, forced from private rented properties due to affordability issues. It's clear people are at breaking point. They can't afford to lose over £1,000 a year, and we can't afford to let them lose it either. This unique set of circumstances will lead to evictions, homelessness, and unthinkable social costs and consequences. In Foyle alone, it will remove over £7.5 million from the local economy just this financial year. The consequences for local businesses will be dire and cost jobs, forcing more people to become even more reliant on welfare support. So where is the assessment of the impact of removing this lifeline, the end of furlough, of increasing national insurance contributions? It would appear that the Tories' policy of levelling up is a euphemism for walking over the poor and vulnerable. Certainly.
Would the member agree the Tories' policy of austerity is sickening? It is sickening. And it's destroying families, it's creating havoc for hard-working families and for the most vulnerable in our society. And the most sickening part is that three parties in this Assembly, the DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance, tripped through that lobby arm in arm and voted to hand over Tory welfare powers for this part of these islands. Disgusting.
I thank the member for his intervention. I would concur that it's somewhat ironic when parties here bemoan the Tories' approach to welfare, and yet we're content to hand them over welfare powers in a move that was akin to really handing a fox the keys to the henhouse, certainly.
I'm sure the member would join me in saying that the welfare mitigations that were enabled by the vote that was taking place is something that many people in Northern Ireland would actually be in worst poverty if that hadn't come forward.
I thank the member for the intervention, and I do welcome the fact the parties here were able to agree a mitigations package that have mitigated against the worst effects of welfare reform bill. However, like I said, it won't detract from the irony, which they say in politics irony is hypocrisy, with panache of parties now lamenting the Tories' draconian approach to welfare, yet they did hand them over powers to inflict more pain on people here. For the UK Government to imply that the retention of the universal credit uplift would be too costly is a slap in the face to every struggling family across these islands, particularly when we've witnessed £37 billion pumped into a failed track and trace system. And just this morning we woke to news of the Pandora Papers, a major investigation into the secret wealth and dealings of the mega-rich and politicians, attesting to eye-watering levels of tax evasion or avoidance, which further highlights a system which isn't only broken but rotten to the core. The Tories should be asking why its government has 10 times more staff dealing with the poorest in society abusing benefits than those investigating the tax affairs of the super-rich. Real, tangible levelling up would be a substantial increase in wealth tax. But rather than focusing on billionaires paying their fair share, the Tories seem dead set on penalising the poor. As such, it's becoming less and less likely that the Tories will do a U-turn on their decision to drop the UC uplift, despite this intervention from devolved leaders and outcry from just about every quarter. We need to see the Communities Minister and the Executive come together to mitigate against this cut and protect people from the pain it will inevitably bring. I'm convinced that action now, albeit lamentably late, will actually save lives. I'm under no illusion that this task will be easy, but it's not impossible. Continuing the uplift for the rest of the financial year accounts to just 0.5% of the Executive's budget. And while I recognise that the Executive will face challenges in terms of amending universal credit structures, alternative and innovative mechanisms must be considered. Minister Hargey and her department should be looking at mechanisms maybe similar to that of free school meals payments or the COVID heating payment to determine which individuals are most at risk and to ensure that the money is going to get where it's needed most. I implore the Minister to find the resource to protect hard-pressed families across the North from this devastating cut to their income. If the Tories won't do it, we need to roll up our sleeves and get on with the job at hand. There's too much at stake for people here for us not to act. So let's unite and fight this cut together.
Thank you. Excuse me. I call Ms. Cara Ferguson.
Stopping the weekly £20 universal credit uplift payment will mean for lives already upturned by the pandemic. It hardly needs explaining here to all of you here today. The decision by Boris Johnson and the Tory government to withdraw support to the poorest in our society will increase hardship and poverty for people who are already struggling. It will have a devastating impact on people in the North at a time when they need financial support the most. In the Foyle constituency in September, over 7,500 constituents are claiming universal credit, the highest number of people across all our jobs and benefit offices. This is an awful lot of people whom I sense are going to be seriously struggling and having to make difficult decisions. This day and age, no one should have to choose between putting the heat on, food on the table, or paying their rent. But that is the reality for so many of our families right now. This is outright recklessness by the Tory government. Their notion that people can make up the £20 they are about to cut by working an extra 2 hours a week just shows a real lack of understanding of how wages and universal credit interacts, and just totally ignores the issue of childcare and the availability of childcare that we have in our local communities. They assume everyone is able to work, currently have a job and are able to increase their hours. And when 40% of people on universal credit are already working really hard, their back to work mantra is just downright foolish. The additional £20 per week applied to universal credit and working tax credits as part of the response to the COVID crisis was required long before even the pandemic began. I'm fully aware, like community workers, social workers, welfare rights workers, teachers, most people could never make their universal credit last, let alone without a further £80 a month. In my own constituency, and like many others across the North, it is well over a decade since we all started to see the rise in food banks. In 2010, in the outer north area of the city, in which I worked for 20 years, we've been working closely with the 4 churches, the Churches Voluntary Trust, to provide food parcels to our most vulnerable. In the last 5 or 6 years, we're inundated by organisations through Fair Share, Bernardo's, Children in Need, local businesses supporting our communities and supporting our food banks. Also, every year for the last 6 or 7 years, most of the communities in which I work in the north have seen the reality of holiday hunger. Poverty and child poverty rates, particularly in my own constituency in the Foyle, where poverty levels are already amongst the highest in the north, have and will increase. The Minister has to be commended, and I know in the Foyle community in which I work, we really have to commend the Minister for prioritising the anti-poverty strategy, and I know the community have been working quite closely with the Department officials and progressing that forward. Boris Johnson and the Tory government have always pushed poverty and benefits to the margins. They have no understanding of what this cut will mean for individuals, families and communities, and I don't think they really care. Add in the rise in energy prices, recently announced increase in national insurance contributions, the rising cost of living and the end of furlough. This Tory government has created a cost of living crisis here in the north. As we know, it is always particularly tough over winter and people struggle during it every year. I know that local support groups and charities will do what they can in our communities, but it's going to be a very tough winter for a lot of people. We must continue to stand together and demand a complete U-turn in this decision and argue the need to strengthen the support offered by universal credit, not to weaken it. I will once again, as my colleagues did last week in the Assembly, call for the Tory government once again to wake up, acknowledge the increasing hardship that is facing our families on low incomes and reverse the decision. £20 per week may not be much for those in Westminster who make these decisions, but it can be the difference between eating or heating for so many people. This decision by the Tory government will not only have negative impact on our most vulnerable families, but as we know, it will have a big impact on our local economy as well, as we struggle to get back on our feet and make our way out of the restrictions. We are left once again dealing with austerity cuts and regressive policies conceived and imposed on us against our will by the British Tories in London. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mrs Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of the motion and thank the members for bringing it forward. The DUP strongly opposes the Government's plans to reverse the uplift in universal credit and has made this abundantly clear through their MPs at Westminster. This extra support has been a lifeline for millions of families across the United Kingdom as they grapple with the unprecedented pressures created by the pandemic. There is a mountain of evidence suggesting that any cut will disproportionately and adversely impact working families and single-parent households. Tragically, it will also pull thousands more children into relative and absolute poverty across Northern Ireland. Rather than helping to level up for communities in the four parts of the United Kingdom, as the Prime Minister suggests, the overnight cut in universal credit will actually promote regional inequalities. Northern Ireland will be one of the regions hardest hit due to the nature of our population and high numbers of children and families. Demand for universal credit is also higher in certain parts of Northern Ireland, including the North West, and any cut will not be felt evenly by families and households. We have heard it said many times that the pandemic disproportionately affected women and in turn families. We know women are more likely to be in low-paid and part-time employment, and it is these very women and families that will be hit the hardest yet again without this uplift in universal credit. I want to thank the Northern Ireland Women's Policy Group in preparing for this speech today, and their Feminist Recovery Plan, which I have a copy here, not the glossy copy but the printout. And I think every minister within our executive should read the Feminist Recovery Plan, because it would give them some indication of just how hard it is out there for women and families. Pre-pandemic, the rate of women's participation in the workforce was a record high, though typically part-time, low-paid and on a temporary or zero-hours contract. Several studies have shown that those in precarious employment saw a greater loss in earnings and hours than those in secure employment. There are strong links between female poverty and child poverty. The pandemic has increased the negative impacts felt by women and children. Women who are already struggling are now under even more financial pressure as their children and families are pushed even further into poverty as a result of the pandemic. The pandemic has had a huge surge on the impact of number of universal credit claimants due to the scale of job losses and the impacts on people's working lives during lockdown. The pandemic has highlighted the need for the benefit system to act as a safety net for people in difficult times. It is likely that as the economy emerges from the lockdown and faces a significant recession, many households' finances will continue to struggle. Part of the solution must be to ensure that benefit systems provide sufficient support to those facing a temporary income shock, as well as those facing longer-term financial hardship. Universal Credit's role as the main safety net for new benefit claimants is likely to be the focus of attention as we emerge from the pandemic. Before the pandemic, women were already more vulnerable to poverty, as they made up the majority of lone parents, those with precarious low-paid jobs and those with caring responsibilities, which limit their time available for paid work. Women are also more likely to claim social security benefits. Job losses and the need to provide increasing levels of unpaid care as a result of the pandemic are likely to increase poverty and dependence on social security benefits, especially for women. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I am not foolish enough to believe that this can be solved with the stroke of a pen. As someone who sat on the Scrutiny Committee for the Welfare Reform Bill, I know that any diversion comes at a cost. I also know that it is not simply a case of instructing DWP to continue the uplift in Northern Ireland. And I heard earlier from the SDLP benches about how they were opposed to welfare reform. I don't remember at any stage them giving us a fully costed plan as to how they would have continued with welfare benefits, given that it is not a devolved matter. I look forward to hearing from the Minister on how she, along with her colleague in the Department of Finance, intends to bring forward options, how we as an Assembly can ease those pressures on those working families, on those children, on those many with disabilities as we go forward, because for many going into this winter it will be a case of eat or heat, and we as an Assembly need to ensure that people are not faced with that question.
Thank you. Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the member opposite and his party for bringing the motion today. We will be supporting the motion. And I know that today's motion focuses very much on the £20 uplift for universal credit and the impact that this will have on the poorest in our society, and I'll cover some of that towards the end. But whilst that's absolutely true, I don't believe that to talk about that in isolation would be useful, because I think we need to talk about universal credit and the difficulties that it has brought in more general terms, because the £20 uplift from a position for many people which wasn't good to start with has only magnifies the underlying issues that we have for some of the poorest in our society. The reality is that universal credit has proven to be an unworkable benefit in the form that it has, and in many cases it's worse than the legacy benefits that it was created to replace. And for a benefit which has been worked on actually since it was first developed, I suppose, in 2013, and it rolled out in Northern Ireland in 2017. The fact that universal credit retains many of its unworkable problems since its launch is regrettable and lamentable. So I just want to unpick a few of those problems that I'm sure just about every single member in this Assembly has come across in their constituency offices, if that's okay. Many families get less than they did on universal credit than they did on the legacy benefits, and universal credit is a means-tested benefit, and it absorbs 6 of the legacy benefits that previously were there. And the individual components can amount to less than you could get, and also are affected by the benefit cap. And for most families, universal credit will not give any additional amount for children past the second child. And when I was looking at that and thinking about this, and thinking about what they've done in other parts of the world, and trying to affect the social population, I couldn't find the term of words that is used, but it's kind of like social engineering, perhaps, or it could be seen as that. I'm not sure that it was meant in that fashion, but certainly there will be people at that part of the fiscal environment, the fiscal community, that possibly will determine whether they have another child or not, and that's not a good place to be. When we look at applications for universal credit, many people have to wait 6 weeks to get up to 6 weeks to get their first payment, and I've even had experience of some people having to wait between 10 and 12 weeks. And what actually happens in that intervening period is that people are accruing debt, they're borrowing maybe money from other people, other sources and so on. And that is a very toxic position for people who don't have a lot of money to be in, and some people can't even recover from that position. So once you apply for universal credit, all other legacy benefits stop. So until the universal credit kicks in, some people are getting absolutely nothing. And this is putting, as I've said, many people further into debt. The other thing is that universal credit is also paid in arrears, as if it was a job. Other benefits were indeed paid up front, which again forces people to accrue debt. And if your income diminishes, You have to wait until a full payment window to pass before the universal credit sometimes picks this up. Advance payments is an option, but unfortunately I don't think that people are still clear that that is a function that's there, and a lot of people don't know that until they maybe contact us or the advice sector, and that is something I think could be communicated a whole lot better. Universal credit is very punitive for those who are self-employed also. They often assume earnings which haven't been realised. Universal credit was designed to be a benefit that encourages and incentivises you to work. I listened to the Secretary of State talk about it today, and I think sometimes they're absolutely, totally detached from reality. Many self-employed people in the system assume that a base level of earnings, and this means that even if you earn next to nothing in a lean week or month, universal credit will still penalise you as if you were earning your average wage. There's a great difficulty for those verifying their identity online to even make a universal credit claim. So in some ways the system still affects those that maybe either can't avail of online access system, or perhaps through a disability can't even do it, and very often there is a cohort of people who perhaps can't work in that section, and that the system still sort of kicks against them, not deliberately, but it's not the way it should be. The vast majority of universal credit is done online, and many people in Northern Ireland do indeed need to use the online service. The sanctions of universal credit are so much stricter and get progressively more punitive, Mr Deputy Speaker, as time goes on. And people who have come into my constituency office who, through an oversight on their own part, didn't tick the right box and had to have their claim suspended. I have a lot more that I'd like to say. I'd just like people to remember that we're moving into Christmas. There are a lot of people who are already under pressure fiscally, and I think this is the worst message that we could send out this side of December. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. Mrs Kelly-Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. While we have been in the House, Rishi Sunak has said that recovery comes at a cost. He couldn't have said any truer words. Unfortunately, the cost is children living in poverty. And it's children in Northern Ireland who will be living in poverty with this £20 per week COVID uplift being removed. The Northern Ireland Act 1998 obliges the Executive to develop a strategy to tackle poverty, social exclusion and patterns of deprivation based on objective need, and this remains the case. Child poverty rates are getting worse, and in the Executive summary for the anti-poverty strategy, it confirms 2/3 of child poverty is made up of children who have lived in poverty for 3 of the past 4 years. The recommendations of the expert panel on the anti-poverty strategy asks for an anti-poverty act, an anti-poverty commission, to monitor reduction of poverty, a poverty truth process. Yet here we are, still in COVID in Northern Ireland, with the COVID uplift being cut from people who are living in poverty. The COVID uplift cut of £20 per week comes at a time when, as others have said, cost of living has increased and furlough has now ended. Indeed, the Chancellor has said that now that furlough has ended, he expects more people to become unemployed and therefore join universal credit. I don't expect Rishi Sunak will confirm today that he will extend the COVID uplift. But I have to ask this House, instead of us praising and welcoming food banks, we should be shamed. In this House, if we were to deliver what we're supposed to do from the obligations of the 1998 Act, then we would have a strategy to tackle poverty. And I do thank the Minister for bringing forward the expert panel on anti-poverty. But how long is it going to take before we see those recommendations coming true? Indeed, how are we spending money at this stage? Yes, certainly.
The member for giving way, and I agree wholeheartedly with the point she has made. Would she agree with me that while this uplift was temporary, that poverty sadly appears to be permanent, and the failure of the Executive to tackle it has been damning to date?
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Rather than damning the Executive, what I'm going to ask is that we start to think a bit smarter about how money is spent. For instance, we have just heard that we are throwing another £21 million at the High Street voucher. The cost of the High Street voucher in its original cost, £145 million, could pay for the £20 per week uplift for all those people living in poverty and the people who are coming off furlough or who are going into unemployment. We know from figures that have been produced by the Department for the current number of people who are sitting on universal credit in receipt of the COVID uplift, it would take £55.5 million to pay that uplift until the end of the financial year. But let's be very careful. We don't want to set up people for another cliff edge. So at the end of the financial year, when that £20 is cut, they don't know where to go. We need to be thinking a little bit more careful. Indeed, I asked the Economy Minister at the time when the High Street voucher was coming out, was this the wise thing to do? Should it be means tested? And I was told, no, this is to help shops. Well, people who on the £20 per week uplift will be spending that money in shops. Unfortunately, after that £20 uplift is finished, they will no longer be able to spend that money in the shops. And it's not just for 1 week, it's every week. Recovery does come at a cost. Recovery is coming at the cost of £20 per week. What does that mean to people? When you start to add up a grocery list, this is milk, this is bread, this is potatoes, this is pasta, this is vegetables, this is food that we're taking out of the mouths of our community. Can we afford to replace the £20 per week? I have already asked the Minister in a previous debate on the impact of universal credit in foil, if she would consider applying to the Finance Minister through the October monitoring round for the £55.5 million. But what I will say to all parties in this House is it is time for us all to come together. The High Street voucher scheme is a scheme that could have been means tested and provided to those people who are living in poverty. But we chose a different way. It is time for all of us to consider the £500 million that Rishi Sunak has brought forward to help workers when the Barnett consequentials happen, that unhypothecated amount just doesn't disappear into health, that we start to deliver something for people who are poor, who are living right on the breadline, who are living below the breadline. And if we can work together to provide that amount of support to them directly, then we can go in some way to take away from this disgraceful cut that the Chancellor has brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Anya Murphy.
I welcome this opportunity to speak on the motion this afternoon. We all know as elected representatives the positive impact that the £20 uplift has had on many families. £20 for many is the difference between going hungry or having food on the table. That is the cold hard reality of this attempt to cut the uplift payment. Boris Johnson has argued that higher paid jobs are the best alternative to UC, and Work and Pensions Secretary Theresa Coffey has also stated UC claimants would only have to work a couple of extra hours a week to make up the rest. Both of these MPs are completely out of touch with the everyday struggles that people face. As UC is withdrawn for every additional pound earned, the extra hours of work needed are more like 9+ hours per week. The cut to UC and tax credits, along with the increase in national insurance contributions, as well as a rise in energy cost, food costs and the end of furlough, will be a devastating combination for those already on the poverty line. Many people also undertake caring responsibilities parallel to their work. To simply tell them to accept a few more hours of work is not a realistic situation, nor is it a long-term solution. To be absolutely clear on this matter, the decision has not come from the executive. It has been made by the British Tories, the same party that enforced Brexit upon the North, as well as a litany of other poorly thought-out policies. This cut to UC is further additional evidence to what many of us here already know, that the best interests of the people in the North are not best served at Westminster. We were told repeatedly by one party in particular that they could deliver at Westminster. Now, on this issue, it would seem that they are openly conceding that they cannot in fact deliver nor have any influence on decisions made in London. Ironically, the Tory party conference kicks off today. I suspect, unfortunately, that the £20 universal credit uplift will be at the bottom of their priority list, as they try to deal with damage limitation in relation to the protocol. The British Government is under pressure from every other devolved government to keep the UC uplift. We need to maintain that pressure, and that should be the one and only message that comes from this chamber today. I want to take this opportunity to commend the Minister for Communities for her support, jointly calling with the ministers in Scotland and Wales on the Tory government to reverse their decision. I also want to acknowledge the Executive for putting their collective focus on this, joining with the First Ministers in Scotland and Wales to maintain the pressure on Boris Johnson. I will be supporting this motion this afternoon, but I want to be unequivocally clear. The purpose of this motion needs to be solely aimed at the British Government to keep the pressure on maintaining the UC uplift. As well as this, it should go further. The motion calls for the uplift to be kept until March 2022, thus creating a cliff edge. I personally would like to see the uplift made permanent. Therefore, in the circumstances and timeframe that we have left, it is imperative that we all come together to further the case for maintaining the uplift at every opportunity.
Mr. Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and again I rise to speak on this very important motion with very important content within it, for I realise the impact that universal credit has on our population, not least people in very low incomes, people who are struggling to find work, and their families. And I also recognise what the £20 uplift did in instilling that wee bit of breathing space, instilling confidence even, and getting people by through some of our worst times in recent history. But again, I listen to people here speak in this chamber, and it's as if they'll nearly talk about anything else except the matter at hand, which is poverty. They'll blame the Tories. Really? If you look at it over the last number of years, the amount of subvention that we have received from the government to assist with furlough, to assist businesses, all that money, but yet we still attack. Now, don't get me wrong, the Tories are easy prey. They're the ones removing this £20 uplift. But the very essence of devolution, the very reason we are all in this chamber, is actually to make a difference to people's lives. And in some cases, in most cases, ministers have failed. And we have one member from across the way who even wanted to talk more about the cards, the £100 voucher scheme cards for the high street. And whatever we can say about a scheme which gives £100 to every adult, it is putting money into the hands of the people who then go out and spend on the high street, that then supports our high streets, that then can become a circular event with regards to support and money and finance. So you can't, on one hand, blame the Tories for criticise the Tories for taking away £20 to our most poorest, but then criticise an economy minister who's putting £100 into their hands. Just doesn't make sense. It's perverse, actually. Yes, I will. Yeah.
I think the point is that the £20 per week until the end of the financial year is a significant amount more than £100. £100 also has to be spent on the high street. We're told not to spend it in Tesco's, where the cheaper groceries might be to feed a child. Would the member appreciate that £20 per week is a heck of a lot more than a £100 one-off?
Before the member comes, I would remind members, I think this analogy or this comparison has now been flogged to death, and I would encourage members to get back to the content of the motion, which is about universal credit. There will be other occasions, I'm sure, when the merits or otherwise of the High Street voucher scheme can be argued out on the floor of this House, but if we could move back to the content of the motion. Mr. Frew.
Of course, Mr. Principal Deputy. Thank you very much. Of course, I will abide by your ruling on this. So, let's look at the track record of the Minister with regards to poverty. Let's look at the fact feet have been dragged on delivering the review of welfare reform mitigations. Let's look at the failed attempt to provide more staff to process rising numbers of welfare claims during the period of the pandemic. Let's look at the fact that we've had a cut in advice services for the most vulnerable. the unacceptable delay in the launch of the Job Start scheme to support those aged between 16 and 24 who were unemployed, the dithering on extending provision for the terminally ill within social security benefits, and the failure, the absolute failure and repeated failure in relation to PIP, personal independent payments. All of that adds to poverty, which is what we should be talking about today. And if you do talk about poverty, you look at failure. These ministers, this minister, and even the party opposite bringing forward this motion, have impacted on our businesses by imposing regulations on them that have not been explained, that have not been evidenced as to have worked. And that has impacted on businesses. I represent North Antrim, where many lost their jobs when JTI and Michelin closed. And a lot of those people started up their own businesses, photography, other things, and they got it hard for the first couple of years, and they couldn't make a lot of money. And then when they were stopped, their work was stopped, and their jobs, their businesses were in jeopardy, they couldn't apply. And if they could apply, because they hadn't earned so much in the years before, they received very little support from this executive and this minister. So if we're going to talk about poverty, let's talk about it in a real way. And let's try and do something. I talked last week about this executive and this assembly, and we need an era of decisionism like never before. We can debate motions all day long, but what about action? Let's see action, and let's try and benefit the people who need us most when we're sitting in these benches. Because at the minute, all I see is failure.
Mr. John O'Dowd.
I rise to support the motion because the intent of the motion is worthwhile and good. The motivation of the motion, I think, is open to question. Though there's many people in this chamber who've been here for a long time and who remember back to the previous mandate when welfare reform nearly brought this Assembly and its executive to the point of collapse. And my party stood often alone in opposition to welfare reform at that stage when universal credit was being brought through Westminster, and it was expected that we would pass originally a legislative consent motion, and then I think it was Minister McCausland at that stage brought forward legislation to bring forward the welfare reform as it was then. The Executive and the Assembly struggled over 18 months in a period of time where there was great uncertainty about its future. And that uncertainty was based on the fact that we were opposed to the changes in welfare at that state, welfare reform coming through. But the first welfare reform bill to come through this Assembly, in my time in it, was brought forward by the SDLP. And was brought forward by their minister, and that actually went back to the time when we hear about privatisation in, as it was in DLA. That was brought forward by the SDLP. And he told us that it would improve the welfare system and it would actually be to the benefits of claimants. Now, all that is since proven to be incorrect. So that brings me to the motivation of the motion. Welcome. At the weekend, we had Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Scotland. We had Nicola Sturgeon, Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales. We had Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland, and the First and Deputy First Minister here issuing a joint statement calling on those responsible for the £20 cut a week to universal credit to stop it. That's where the responsibility lies. It lies with Boris Johnson and the Tories. And there was a uniform opposition to that at the weekend. And contrary to what Mr Durkan has hinted at during his introductory remarks, that was not the first intervention of the Executive. The Executive have been intervening in this matter with the Conservative Party over a period of time to stop this coming forward, as they have been in a number of other cuts to public spending and public finances. But in 2019, the SDLP ran the Westminster election campaign on this slogan: Stop Brexit, stop Boris, vote the SDLP. Now, it appears to me, as an onlooker, that your attendance in Westminster has not stopped Boris, and has not stopped Brexit, and it has not stopped the cuts to universal credit. So the motivation then behind the motion we have before us today is an attempt to blame the executive for the £20 cut, instead of remaining on the unified side of the pitch and ensuring, that there's a unified voice, not only coming from this chamber, but a unified voice coming from Scotland and a unified voice coming from Wales, that the Tories are to blame for taking £20 a week out of people's pockets, not the executive. I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. I would also challenge his assertion that his party ever stood alone in terms of opposition to welfare cuts. The welfare reform bill that he refers to, brought back by a previous member for social development, was a completely different bill. I'm not sure how Mr O'Dowd's party voted on that. I certainly concur that a unified approach is needed. I think he's reading more into the motion. I've been very conciliatory here.
You have an extra minute.
The bill is on the record, and the votes are on the record as to how that went. But so the member is saying that we want a unified approach. So then let's keep it unified. The idea that the SDLP have been running a lengthy campaign around this in itself is silly, because the member criticised the executive for only at the weekend doing this. It's only in this last 2 weeks that the SDLP have come forward with this idea that the executive should foot the bill for the Tory cuts to universal credit. And if the executive is to foot the bill, and I note Nicola Sturgeon's comments last week, that we have to stop mitigating against the Tories. We can no longer afford to mitigate against the Tories, was the general theme of her discussion, because they have cut public spending, they've cut public services to the point where none of the devolved institutions can no longer mitigate against them. But the one thing that has been missing from every contribution from the parties around the chamber is this: how much is your ministers prepared to hand over to mitigate against the universal credit cut of £20 a week? Because we're talking tens of millions of pounds. Is the Health Minister prepared to hand over tens of millions of pounds? Is the Education Minister prepared to hand over tens of millions of pounds? Is the Justice Minister prepared to hand over tens of millions of pounds? Is the Infrastructure Minister prepared to hand over tens of millions of pounds? Because I look forward to that firm proposals coming forward, which will actually help mitigate against the cuts that the Tories have made. But I'll end on this point. Let's remain unified. The Tories are taking £20 a week out of people's pockets. This executive isn't.
Mr Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that the COVID pandemic continues to have a severe impact right across our society, and its impact is often hardest felt by low-income families right across Northern Ireland and in every corner of our country. The uplift in universal credit has indeed been a lifeline for millions of families right across our United Kingdom, and the decision to cut this extra payment will have a devastating impact on working families, including many single-parent households, and does raise questions about the government's levelling up agenda. There is much evidence from those who work on the front line in supporting our most vulnerable that this latest cut from the government, which equates to around £1,000 per year at around £85 per month, will disproportionately and adversely impact children and increase poverty rates across Northern Ireland. Many working families, including many within the private sector, will be adversely impacted by this unnecessary cut, with 13% of people here already in absolute poverty before housing costs. Local advice services have experienced unprecedented levels of demand on their services over these last 18 months, and indeed Advice NI have stated today that in July alone of this year they dealt with 259 cases involving debt issues worth £1.4 million. And I think that demonstrates the extent of the problem that faces so many right across our country. £20 a week is equivalent to 6 days of energy costs or 3 days of food costs for a low-income family. And unfortunately, People's bills won't reduce by £85 a month from Wednesday. The ever-increasing cost of living, including the recent energy price rises locally, are further challenges to so many within my constituency and right across our country, particularly as the winter months set in and the demand for our homes to be heated increases greatly. Indeed, our rates of fuel poverty are amongst the highest in the United Kingdom. We've seen just recently how Firmus Energy announced just last week a 33% price rise affecting some 50,000 customers. SSE announced a 21.8% rise from the start of this month, and Electric Ireland recently announced a further 13.5% price rise. All of this clearly demonstrates the very real and current challenges many people are facing today, and the knock-on physical and mental health problems which this can further bring, adding even further pressure to our already stretched NHS. The ending of the furlough scheme, which has been such a lifeline for the 36,000 workers who were still part of the scheme when it ended last week, is yet another blow and challenge, and does leave many facing real uncertainty about their employment future, particularly and importantly when some restrictions remain in place for some sectors, which does limit their ability to operate at full capacity and earn that full wage. Indeed, it was Hospitality Ulster stated today that restaurants are still only able to trade at around 2/3 of their capacity, and obviously this has a real knock-on impact for the staff in this important sector. This cut will see yet more pressure on our food banks and add further to our unacceptable levels of food poverty. I know firsthand the tremendous job that food banks do in practically supporting our most vulnerable, and I would like to commend all of those who are involved in this fantastic and commendable positive work, many of whom are volunteers, and I would also commend those who support these food banks with much needed donations practically and financially. And I know many within my own constituency in North Down. There are quite a number of active food banks, including Bangor Food Bank, Storehouse North Down, SST Food Bank in Donaghadee, Malile Food Bank and various Hollywood food banks, all of whom work is ever expanding to meet demand. Yes, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way, and he's quite right to commend all the volunteers who support the food banks and those who donate. But is it not a very sad indictment on 21st century society that that's the case in what is Western democracy, one of the developed countries?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you. Yes, I do indeed, and that has been said earlier in the debate, that it is one of the challenges, but I think we have to face reality. And I know firsthand, certainly from people who receive food banks, they are very, very grateful for those who both organise them and those who contribute to them. But your point is certainly noteworthy indeed. So I think that positive partnership, and we've all seen it in supermarkets, and it is great to see often boxes filled up and people are out to support our most vulnerable. The Department's food parcel scheme, in conjunction with our 11 councils last year during the height of the pandemic, was an example of a positive scheme, and I know personally how grateful some were to receive those food supplies during what were very difficult and very challenging months. And the word unprecedented is often used, but at that time when that scheme was introduced, there was a real unknown factor, and people genuinely were not sure if they could leave their home. So I think this situation again, it does present another opportunity for delivery, and an opportunity, as my colleague Mr Frew has mentioned, it presents an opportunity for the Communities Minister to step up and deliver, something that hasn't always been the case. So I think we need to see delivery on this one for those, and the Minister needs to look creatively, exhausting every avenue to look at means of supporting our most vulnerable in society. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mr Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today and to reflect the views of people that will feel this savage cut the most, and to give a voice to the many who feel that they are voiceless. Mr Deputy Speaker, Gandhi once said that it's a true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. This is something I believe challenges us to this very day. Now, as we attempt to understand and consider its implications for our actions as legislators, let me take you back to a day that many people in this House will remember and some may wish to forget. That's Monday, November the 16th in 2015. For it was on that day that the DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance Party voted for the Welfare Reform Bill. And this paved the way for PIP, for universal credit and the bedroom tax in the north. Thank goodness that Alex Atwood had the sense to force a recorded vote on that day. These parties may not want to remember that, but history will. History also remembers why they did what they did. They may say to this day that they didn't have a choice, but by doing the Tory party's dirty work, the DUP and Sinn Féin got the power to cut corporation tax in return. So implement welfare reform, introduce PIP, and big business gets tax breaks. Was it worth selling your soul for? I'll move on with my speech, please. The most vulnerable in our society are still living with the consequences of that action. We all know the examples because we see them every single day in our constituency offices. I look to Newcastle and Downpatrick, where the pantry and fountain food banks are operating around the clock. Their volunteers are heroes in our community who support our most vulnerable. But it is a scandal that in the 21st century such services are needed. It's almost criminal that people still rely on these services should cause us all the most abject shame. Now, in the latest round of Tory cuts, the Prime Minister seeks to remove £20 a week of universal credit uplift payment from the most vulnerable, equating to over £1,000 per year. The same Prime Minister who said only this weekend that the most important metric was not life expectancy or cancer outcomes, but wage growth. Now, Sinn Féin are presently scrambling to reclaim their position as the voice of the vulnerable. It's as though they had no other choice but to do the Tories' dirty work 6 years ago. But they did. They had a choice then, and they have a choice now. The Communities Minister must deliver on the long-awaited anti-poverty strategy. Also, and as an aside, we're still waiting to see the banning of conversion therapy, so delivering would be something. However, what she can do in the immediate future is to seek the money from the Finance Minister to retain the uplift. It's quite simple. Boris Johnson has shown his cards and proven that he is not to be trusted when it comes to the most vulnerable. Now, Sinn Féin may want to rewrite history as to their role in the delivery of austerity and welfare reform, much like the DUP refusing to their own role in Brexit, but that's a story for another day. History will remember, and so will those that are affected by this disastrous system. We will hear plenty today about Tory austerity, but let that carry a major health warning. When the Tories couldn't deliver welfare reform here, Sinn Féin and DUP handed it back to them. They caved in to the most right-wing bunch of Tories that darkened the doors of Whitehall. Remember that when their political spin machine kicks in and tries to pull the wool over your eyes. The Sinn Féin Minister has a chance today to do some good and ensure that the most vulnerable are not adversely impacted further. Then again, the public are quite used to hearing such election pledges from them. It's time to deliver. Thank you.
Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I am speaking in favour of the motion today. The reality of the pandemic's impact is that it's fallen disproportionately on the most vulnerable individuals along racial, ethnic, occupational, gendered and socio-economic lines. And inequalities in people's protection from and ability to cope with this pandemic show the urgency of the changes needed to reassess what is important, which is our population's health and well-being into the future. The £20 uplift in universal credit at the start of the pandemic was a clear recognition that the basic payments were not enough for anyone at any time, pandemic or no pandemic. So to go back to what was before is unthinkable. The Trussell Trust research showed that the uplift has provided vital breathing space to hard-pressed budgets, with 7 in 10 on universal credit since early 2020, saying that the increase has made it easier to afford essentials. That anyone would even countenance bringing or taking away the uplift from the most vulnerable in our society is shocking, but not surprising, I suppose, from the Tories. And we know that there should be no going back to the way things were before the pandemic. We all talk a lot about building back better. So given that Westminster are ploughing on with cutting the uplift, what is our executive going to do to ensure that people here are protected and keep the rate that they're on? The question is for the executive, is whether they can dig deep to effectively safeguard our most vulnerable people from the cruelty of austerity measures with the powers that ministers do have. And like Mr O'Dowd said, are they prepared to do so? But this, I will give way.
Giving way. Would the member agree with me that simply doing what the member opposite suggested and slicing money off other departments to make up the shortfall won't cut it, because we're not tackling the root cause, which is the poverty aspect? We're just supplementing a policy that has been delivered by the Tories.
Thank the member for
Member has
his,
an additional minute.
Thank you for his intervention. I'm just getting onto that, onto what your speech from earlier on. This hardship is not caused by the pandemic or because of the pandemic. We have had huge and growing inequalities across our society for decades. And I have to agree with Mr Frew. Oddly, he does sound more like a member of the naughty corner in his speech, but the ministers here have failed. The motion makes reference to food bank reliance and homelessness, and we know in 2019-2020 the Trussell Trust food banks alone have given out 45,000 three-day emergency food parcels in Northern Ireland, and that was before the pandemic. Research showed that policy change on social security had a disproportionate impact on women, showing that 86% of savings to the Treasury from the tax and benefit changes since 2010 have come from women. We know that 1 in 5 children already lived in absolute poverty in Northern Ireland. We had 6,219 young people accepted as homeless last year. These are shocking statistics from the Northern Ireland Youth Forum's recent peer research on youth homelessness. There are strong links between female poverty and child poverty. Women who were already struggling are now under even more financial pressure as their children and families are pushed further into poverty as a result of the pandemic. 42% of people in Northern Ireland were already in fuel poverty, and we're now facing yet more fuel price increases landing on the public at a time where furlough is ending and as we enter the winter period. And legislation must be introduced and passed to extend the welfare reform mitigations. Where is it? Why is it not being debated here today instead of the private member's motion? No offence, it's good to do so, but where's the legislation to actually do something? I will give way.
For giving way. Well, is the member aware that there's been no executive business tabled except for health regulations this week, nor indeed next week, and there's a team of lawyers sitting somewhere in this building with nothing to do because of the hold-up between the executive office?
I thank the member for intervention. I'm not aware of executive business being a non-executive party, but certainly I would welcome the elusive executive business that we're all supposed to be debating here, rather than member statements and motions. We are tasked a job to legislate, and that's what we need to be doing. So there is much to do. The 5-week wait for universal credit must be changed. The disgusting 2-child cap needs to go, and we must protect funding for our independent advice sector to ensure people get the support they need. But where is the anti-poverty strategy? Where's the youth homelessness strategy? Where is the feminist recovery plan being implemented by all executive ministers? And where's the childcare strategy? So as we look to the future, allegedly to build back better, although evidence suggests otherwise, are the executive going to prioritise health and well-being and people having a roof over their head and a warm, secure home with food on the table? Or are they going to continue on an obsessive quest for capitalist growth that will only exacerbate and entrench inequalities in our society? It's not working, and it's not serving our population. And we need a radical overhaul of how we do business that will reduce inequalities and have a just transition where no one is left behind, to build an economy where markets are designed and public money is used to conserve and regenerate resources rather than squander them. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Members, there are 2 members remaining, although strictly speaking 46 minutes past should have been the point at which I was calling the Minister, but there are 2 members remaining to speak, one of whom, Mr Carroll, has sat through the entirety of the debate, so I don't think it would be fair to... So I'm going to use my discretion and apply a grace period. First, though, I call Mr Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And I also support the motion. I welcome the opportunity today to debate the decision to cut the £20 per week uplift in universal credit and the impact it will have on many low-income families and individuals in the North. The uplift in universal credit was introduced to help people who were struggling during the coronavirus pandemic. That pandemic, as we well know, is not over by any means, and we have yet to measure the full extent of the economic fallout from it. Indeed, the possibility remains we could see another spike in COVID-19 cases, along with increased pressures on the health service during the winter months ahead. Not only is the removal of the weekly £20 payment premature, but the impact on those receiving universal credit will be devastating. And I'm sure, like all other members here, we're receiving the phone calls already from people seeking advice, seeking guidance as to what their entitlements are. Some who had been on furlough and find they have no job, others who are finding that their hours are drastically cut, and they too need that support. Energy prices are soaring and the cost of living is rising. The predicted shortages on food shelves this Christmas, and indeed labour, as a result of Brexit, will place even greater pressures on the budget of low-income families directly affected by the proposed cut in universal credit. Families with school-aged children are already feeling the pinch that accompanies the start of every school year. Over 134,000 people across the North are currently in receipt of universal credit. They cannot afford to lose this money from their weekly budgets. This cut risks driving even more people into poverty and debt when our society is still reeling from the double impact of Brexit and the pandemic. The Minister for Communities, I implore her to step up and step in to prevent this cut now, along with executive colleagues. It has to be collaborative, and I think the vast majority of people would welcome that, particularly those 134,000 people who are going to be hit by this. Indeed, it would be perverse if the Minister was to oversee a weekly cut in the universal credit while an executive colleague is handing out a one-off payment of £100 to every registered voter, regardless of their level of income or employment status. It does, however, fit the pattern of a trickster Tory government. Rather than tackling the obscene profits of a small number of companies and individuals who have benefited during the last 18 months, the Tory government in London wants to make the least able to afford it pay for the economic cost of the pandemic. As well as the proposed cut to universal credit, the Boris Johnson-led government is prematurely raising the VAT paid by the hospitality sector, still in shock and many still not back at work, for the pandemic, up to 12.5% before any real evidence of a recovery there. By the way, that rise will mean that the cost of eating out, already beyond the budget of family on universal credit, is likely to rise along with the cost of food on the shelves. And raising taxes through an increase in national insurance payment, the so-called health and social care levy, the Tory government is placing a further disproportionate burden of the cost of addressing pressures in the health service on the lower paid. The Assembly previously stepped in and put in place mitigation measures to counter unfair cuts from London to the welfare system. It is time to step up again. It is time for the Minister, with colleagues, to live up to the title and work with the executive colleagues to keep the uplift in universal credit in place for the remainder of this financial year at the very least. The Minister should use that time to bring forward a long-term strategy to address poverty, and Ms Woods referred to that earlier, and social deprivation that remains rife across Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, this Assembly may not currently have the power to affect the level of national insurance payments, nor the power to prevent the rise in VAT for the hospitality sector, and in that sector we all know there are lower paid workers. But we do have the ability to stop this cut to universal credit. I support the motion. Taciam Leis an Rún. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks for using your discretion there. And this is an important motion being discussed today, obviously, and the impact of this cut looms closer and closer. The universal credit cut will impact on 105,000 families here and some 300,000 individuals. We know the pressure and stress this will put on people's lives, and Kevin Higgins from Advice NI today has talked about people's lives being at stake with this cut. Harrowing, but a likely result. Already we have 25% of workers here earning below the living wage. We have 20% of people living in poverty. And this cut, coupled with national insurance hike, energy price rises, will drive more and more people into poverty, misery and destitution. So I agree with the call in the motion to put the focus and anger on the Tories. The Tories are frankly rotten and hate working class and poor people, whether they live in the north of Ireland, north of Scotland, Wales or elsewhere. But they aren't all powerful. They can be forced to retreat embarrassingly if met with resistance. So what is said here obviously matters today, but more importantly it's what happens in communities, workplaces and trade unions. Our health workers, civil service workers, retail, hospitality workers will all be impacted by this cut. And if the executive doesn't cushion the effects of this, if the Tories don't budge, then they will have failed people here. All the platitudes about learning from COVID are out the window completely with this cut. As the Tories meet today in Manchester, my message to them and the Prime Minister is to grow a spine. Go after your rich mates who have seen their wealth balloon during this pandemic. Make them pay. The Tory dream of get on your bike is alive and well with this cut. Deputy Speaker, the idea announced by some that this cut will force people to get into work is fantasy. A large number of people, 40% on universal credit, are already in work. People have current responsibilities that barriers have forced them to be able to work more, or if at all. Universal credit punishes people who work longer or more hours. There's a lack of affordable childcare and many other reasons why people, more and more people can't work or work longer hours. We also have to say that whilst this uplift should remain, universal credit is an unfair and unjust system. It's based on the premise that people are swinging the lead and benefits need to be reduced. So we need a new and fair welfare system going ahead. And when it comes to stormont, Deputy Speaker, they're always told that money isn't there until it is found. Nurses, healthcare workers were told this until they walked out and took strike action in 2018, 2019. And for the conversation about mitigations for things like the bedroom tax that we were told wasn't in place here, boasting about the mitigations that people may have here because they don't have them in England is not only a low bar, Deputy Speaker, but it's a bit like kicking someone's teeth out and bragging about replacing them afterwards. Money isn't there, we're always told, but Capita are being given £100 million by this executive. PFI, millions are spent every day. So this idea as well, that it should be education, health or welfare, needs to be done away with. We need a new economic approach. We need to fund this universal credit uplift, and the executive, if the Tories don't budge, need to make sure that people aren't thrown to the wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask members to take their ease, I've been advised that the Minister for Justice is unwell and will not be able to respond to questions today. We'll therefore resume this debate after questions to the Minister for Infrastructure at 2:45. The urgent oral question, which has been tabled by Ms Sheeran to the Minister for Health, will be taken at the end of today's business. So if I could ask members to take their ease, we'll move then to question time at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Ms Armstrong, did you want to raise a point of order with me?
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, earlier today, language was used in the House referring to punishment beatings. I would ask for a ruling from the Speaker's office under Standing Order 65(1)(e, referencing unparliamentary language. It may well have been very inadvertently used, but such language is unhelpful as it perpetuates the myth that victims are guilty of something and that such attacks are justified. So under 65(1)(e, if we could have a ruling on that. Thank you.
I wasn't present for the content of that debate, but I certainly will recommend to the Speaker's office that Hansard be reviewed and your question be answered, either in writing or via email or what have you. Members should take their ease.
Members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Kelly Armstrong to ask the first question, please. Agus éireann sir an Irish chun freagartha. I could now call the Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member will be aware of my commitment to housing here in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to social and affordable housing, given the crisis facing our communities. The planning system here provides a statutory target of 15 weeks for determining local planning applications and 30 weeks for determining major planning applications. In 2020-21, over 8,700 residential planning applications were received. In the same period, over 7,000 residential applications were decided. 96% of those were approved. You will be aware that since the transfer of planning functions in 2015, the majority of planning applications are processed by councils, and it is the responsibility of each local planning authority to ensure that these are processed in a timely manner. My department monitors the performance of councils through a number of mechanisms, including the statutory planning indicators, and it also monitors and reports on a number of non-statutory planning indicators contained within the planning monitoring framework. Recent performance has clearly been impacted by the restrictions put in place due to the coronavirus pandemic, but I expect this to improve as we emerge from the pandemic, and my department is working with all stakeholders to drive forward improvement. Measures we have taken include the establishment of a cross-government planning forum, whose focus is on improving performance around the planning statutory consultation process and ultimately timeframes for processing major and economically significant applications. I share frustrations of members, and I want to provide assurances that I am focused on moving things forward. I am undertaking a review of the implementation of the Planning Act, which will consider how we can further improve the system for all stakeholders, and my department has invested, along with 10 local councils, in the replacement of the current planning portal system to provide a more modern planning service. This is expected to be operational in 2022. I also believe that effective and inclusive community engagement is an important part of a fit-for-purpose planning system, and that is why I have also established a planning engagement partnership to look at how we can enhance the quality and depth of community engagement in the planning process at both the regional and local planning levels.
Kelly Armstrong. Supplementary question for Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I'm glad to hear when you talked about statutory consultees coming together, but a few of the key culprits in causing delays in determining planning applications rest within your own department, namely DFI, Rivers and Roads, who as statutory consultees can be a bit slow. What actions will you personally take to ensure they start meeting their own targets for a response?
I thank the member for her question, and as I'd outlined in the original response, one area that we are focused on as a department is improving the performance of statutory consultees in the planning system. As you are no doubt aware, there are many factors which impact the overall performance of the planning system, and statutory consultee response times, even within my own department, is a reason for delay. To address this, the department established a cross-government planning forum. The forum is a group of senior leaders within my department and from the statutory consultee bodies, as well as representatives from local government working together. Its key focus is to oversee the implementation of recommendations made in an independent report on the role of statutory consultees in the planning process. This work has a particular focus on improving processes and timeframes for determining major and economically significant planning applications. The latest statutory performance figures show that consultees have responded to 76% of all statutory planning consultations within 21 days. Despite the impact of the pandemic, this performance has improved over the previous year by 7%. But I recognise this remains an issue, and I am committed to improving the planning system for the benefit of all of our stakeholders.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the current average waiting time in Ards and North Down, for example, varies from 5 to 18 months for a general application, and consultations are generally the main cause of delay. After speaking from applicants and agents, and particularly singled out is the Minister's Department's DFI Roads and NI Water. What more can she do to improve this process, and what engagement has she had with the councils, given the regional disparities that exist between councils, which can be very frustrating for applicants and agents? Thank you.
Yeah, I thank the member for his question. In terms of consultee response times, we have the cross-departmental forum, which is very much focused on this issue, about improving response times for consultees, including those within my own department. I'm also very aware that there is capacity challenges as well. We've seen a significant increase in the volume and the complexity of planning applications, particularly coming through to the Rivers side. So I've been meeting with officials to press on them the importance of getting these issues resolved as a matter of urgency. In terms of our engagement with local councils, the Chief Planner and my officials have regular engagement with local councils because, of course, we monitor performance there but also have an oversight role.
Sir Nicola Brogan for your case. I call Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, another significant issue related to the planning process and housing is that of unadopted roads. And before recess, you'll know that this Assembly passed a motion calling for action to address issues around unadopted roads, and specifically about people getting access to services such as grading and bin collection. So can the Minister give us an update on the measures taken to resolve these problems, please?
I thank the member for her question. And a previous Regional Development Committee also looked at this issue and had a report with a number of recommendations which the Department has been taking forward. The issue of unadopted lanes and streets is a challenge for my department. I think at the last assessment of the financial impact, it stood at £300 million. That was a 2018 prices in terms of bringing all of the unadopted streets and roads up to an adopted standard. But of course we continue to work with residents who live and are impacted by this issue, and we have successfully adopted a number of streets every year across Northern Ireland. But of course it is a challenge given the extent, but it is something that we continue to work on even within the capacity and financial constraints.
Call Claire Sugden.
Deputy Speaker, does the Minister recognise that current planning policy is limited or perhaps misinterpreted to enable specifically affordable housing schemes? I am not aware of any recent affordable housing schemes in rural areas particularly.
I thank the member for her question, and I'm very clear that we should have a planning system that enables us to be able to build social and affordable homes. My officials have been working with the Department for Communities in this area, but of course a lot of this is determined in local councils, and as councils are working through their local development plan, I think this provides a very important opportunity to be maximising the opportunities that we have across Northern Ireland to be building the many homes that we need.
Sir Colm Gildenew for your case. I call Colm Gildenew.
Question number 2, please.
I thank the member for this important question. He will be aware that I have been consistently raising the need for investment in water and wastewater infrastructure. I can advise that there are 23 wastewater systems with capacity issues in the areas of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. In terms of impacts on developments, Northern Ireland Water is a statutory consultee in the planning process and provides recommendations based on the availability of wastewater assets and their capacity. The final decision on planning applications rests solely with the relevant planning authority. To help resolve these impacts, Northern Ireland Water plans to invest approximately £56.5 million within the current PC21 programme to upgrade wastewater treatment works and wastewater networks in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. However, it is vital that sustained and secure availability of funding is provided to Northern Ireland Water throughout the PC21 period. Fermanagh and Omagh District Council is advancing its local development plan. Its draft plan strategy is currently with the Planning Appeals Commission, and formal hearing, independent examination sessions are due to commence in late autumn, early winter. It is anticipated that my department will be invited to attend the independent examinations hearing sessions to discuss, among other things, the impact of wastewater infrastructure and capacity constraints affecting the council area. The development plan growth strategy should seek to maximise the use of existing infrastructure, including wastewater treatment and sewage network capacity and resources, by focusing growth in locations where capacity exists. Where infrastructure capacity constraints are identified, the Council must liaise closely with Northern Ireland Water to establish if these can be overcome.
Colm Gildenew, a supplementary question for Colm Gildenew.
And I thank the Minister for answer. However, Minister, I have been in correspondence with NI Water in relation to Auchnacloy, where it has been confirmed no further connections into the sewer system can be permitted. They go on to state that they have no allocation within the 2021 to 2027 business plan, and as such, no timeframe can be provided for when the necessary upgrades will be taken forward. Minister, when can and this is having a serious impact in terms of environmental, people building houses and economic development in my area and in the region of Omagh. Can you indicate when Omagh wastewater capacity will be addressed, Minister?
I thank the member for his question, and this is the outworkings of historic underinvestment over many years in our water and wastewater infrastructure. I was pleased this financial year to allocate the funding levels identified by the utility regulator. That's the first time that has happened in a long time, but there's still so much more that we should be able to do. The member may know that Northern Ireland Water undertakes comprehensive business planning activities within each price control period, and that's informed by my department's social and environmental guidance. Northern Ireland Water works with the regulator to identify the most benefit in terms of investment to our customers. So the selection of projects is not something that I as a Minister am involved in, but I'm happy to pass on your representations to Northern Ireland Water. But I must press on members the importance of sustained investment in our water and wastewater infrastructure over the next number of years.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, you'll be very aware of the Galgay Shore development in Enniskillen. I'm wondering if you can give me an update on the progress there's been in relation to the sewage treatment works there. Thank you.
I really sympathise with the residents of Galgay Shore because this is a very distressing situation, but I'm sure the member is aware that Galgay Shore is a private development and neither my department nor Northern Ireland Water has any legal remit to carry out works in private developments such as these. I am aware that the residents have been liaising with the National House Building Council regarding its responsibilities in the development, and I believe an offer has been made by the NHBC which has been accepted by the residents. The residents have also advised that they are working with a contractor to have an on-site investigation into the works carried out, a design solution prepared and a full cost estimate for the works detailed. If there is a shortfall in the funding required to fully complete the works, the residents have approached my department to ask if assistance could be provided in making up this shortfall should that be required. I am considering if this can be achieved using my Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund, and my officials will be in contact with the residents as this case develops. Once full and final costings have been provided, I will be able to take a decision on any contribution that may be possible from my department.
Dolores Kelly, Fáinne I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Minister, just wonder, in terms of any commitments that the Executive has given you to deal with the water pressures, and indeed if you could give us an update on the Infrastructure Commission.
I thank the member. Question. Out of my budget this year, I have allocated a total of £344.5 million to Northern Ireland Water. As I said, this is the first time in a long time that Northern Ireland Water has been fully funded. And I have also provided an additional £20 million in capital funding to help Northern Ireland Water bring forward much-needed projects originally planned for delivery later in the PC21 price control period. The scale of the wastewater capacity issues across the north will realistically take at least 12 years to address, and without sufficient investment, Northern Ireland Water will be at risk of breaching statutory environmental obligations, and the ability of the economy to recover could also be affected. I will continue to make representations to my executive colleagues, because if we're not investing in our water and wastewater infrastructure, then we won't be able to grow our economy, we won't be able to build the many homes that we need, and we won't be able to tackle the climate emergency. In respect of the Infrastructure Commission, the member will know that that is an agreed commitment now in the Executive's published COVID recovery strategy, and so I look forward to us realising that commitment. I'd hope that we don't experience any further delay, because an Infrastructure Commission, I believe, is a game changer that our economy, society and environment needs.
Call Maurice Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answers so far. But could I ask the Minister if her department would undertake a review of infrastructure throughout Northern Ireland with a specific focus on the restrictions that lack of infrastructure in wastewater and sewage is having in the rural community? I know I've corresponded with the Minister quite some time ago about the village of Armoy as just one example, but it's replicated throughout Northern Ireland.
I thank the member for his question, and Northern Ireland Water is engaged extensively with the utility regulator to be able to identify the locations that require investment. As I've said on a number of occasions, we are in this situation because of historic underinvestment in our water and wastewater infrastructure, but I want to reassure the member that Northern Ireland Water is doing everything that it can within the budgetary constraints that it's had to operate in. In terms of having an overview of the infrastructure here in Northern Ireland, I absolutely agree with the member, and that's why I've proposed the establishment of an infrastructure commission here in Northern Ireland, so that it would take a long-term strategic approach to infrastructure in terms of its vision and its delivery. And it's a proposal that is now contained in the Executive's COVID recovery strategy and has overwhelming support right across the business and environmental sector. I believe if we did have an infrastructure commission, then we would be better placed to tackle regional imbalance and ensure that we have the right infrastructure in the right places, and of course ensuring that our rural community does not lose out.
Mayor Colin McGrath, when you cast, I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question number 3.
In February 2020, Mr Deputy Speaker, as an Assembly, we voted to declare a climate emergency, and the New Decade New Approach Agreement directed the Executive to bring forward legislation that sets specific targets for Northern Ireland. I believe it is essential that we work together to ensure ambitious but realistic targets are enshrined in legislation in order to protect our society, our economy and our environment for both current and future generations. As political leaders, we need to set out a clear plan for achieving a just transition to net zero in Northern Ireland as quickly as possible. As an executive, we have collectively agreed to host a climate summit ahead of this global conference in acknowledgement of the need to urgently set out a clear collective plan for achieving that just transition. We had a useful discussion at a recent executive meeting on the 2 climate change bills working their way through the Assembly, and I look forward to a more comprehensive debate with our stakeholders in a climate summit. As Minister for Infrastructure, I take my duty to people and our environment seriously, and I am continuing to drive projects forward to help mitigate the climate crisis and ensure Northern Ireland adapts to the impacts of climate change. These projects include a £20 million annual investment in Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund to make public transport and active travel a more attractive and efficient alternative to the use of private cars. And this includes a significant investment of £13.5 million to support the development of greenways by councils and active travel schemes by my department. A £4 million investment in sustainable produced hydrogen buses and hydrogen refuelling infrastructure with TransLink, Energia, the Office for Zero Emission Vehicles, £74 million of investment in low and zero emission buses for TransLink, and investment in excess of £60 million to purchase new train carriages in order to encourage more people out of their cars and onto rail. In addition, I recently consulted on Living with Water in Belfast, which sets out a new approach to the provision of drainage infrastructure in Greater Belfast by promoting holistic and integrated solutions that achieve a wide range of benefits at reduced cost and disruption.
Colin McGrath, supplementary question for Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her answer and also her commitment within her department and remit for challenging the climate crisis and climate emergency that we face. And also for calling for a climate summit of the Executive to push it to do all the work that it possibly can. And could I ask if the Minister could give me an update on the work of that climate summit and also the preparations that have been made for COP26?
I was pleased that the Executive did agree that we would host a climate summit in advance of COP26 in November. The call for a climate summit followed the publication of a UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that warned of a code red for humanity. This summit will provide an opportunity for all departments to develop an action plan to deliver a just transition to net zero ahead of COP26. I've written twice to the Executive Office to ask for an update on planning and arrangements because it is a cross-cutting matter. They, of course, are taking the lead. And I'm very keen that we have a wide range of attendees at that summit to ensure that we can get a wide, varied input. It is only if we work together across government and with the private sector, communities and citizens that we would really tackle the climate emergency.
Sir Liz Kimmins, when you cast, I call Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, in your response you mentioned electric vehicles, and I think one tangible step in addressing the climate crisis would be to ensure we have an adequate charge point system in place for those using electric vehicles. As you know, the current network is in a terrible condition and an urgent upgrade is desperately needed. In the South, ASB have received funding from the government through the Climate Action Fund, and I know they are asking for similar assistance here in the North. Because we do need to encourage people to take up greener transport like electric vehicles, and access to charge points will have a significant part to play in driving that shift. So can the Minister therefore indicate if there are any plans to provide similar investment into our charge point network here.
Thank the member for her question. And as members will be aware, the e-car public charge point network is owned, operated and maintained by ESB. I have met with them to encourage them to repair non-functioning charge points, and I am pleased that ESB has commenced a replacement programme which will upgrade a number of faulty charge points with more modern operational charge points. The member will also be aware that I have changed planning rules so that it's easier in terms of advancing e-charging infrastructure, and that I've also provided match funding for the EU Interreg funded Faster Electric Vehicle Network project, which will see the installation of additional rapid charging points here. There is funding available under the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles. My department unfortunately can't draw that funding down, but local councils have, and so we've been working very closely to encourage councils to take up that funding, and that work is ongoing. I very recently also had a meeting with the then Future Transport Minister, Rachel McLean, to ensure that we can maximise funding. I'm also exploring opportunities through my Blue-Green Fund, and I'm pleased to say that I've offered match funding up to £350,000 to those councils who wish to draw down the funding from the British Government.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, key to tackling the climate crisis is the move from the combustion engine to electric vehicles. Can I ask if the Minister will commit to exploring the introduction of interest-free loans for those who wish to purchase a new electric vehicle or electric bikes, for example, as was done through the Transport Scotland initiative?
I thank the member for his question. I would say that the introduction of interest-free loans would be a matter that would fall outside of my department, but I am pleased to say that as my department has been working on the energy strategy, and in particular looking at the modes of transport, we are establishing an action group very much focused on e-charging and how we can roll e-charging network out, but also tackle the barriers that remain in terms of encouraging people to make that switch. I'm sure that this is an issue that they may consider.
Iarmar Cara Hunter Funya Kesh, I called Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 4, please, Minister.
I am pleased to advise that the new 15-kilometre section of dual carriageway along the A6 between Randalstown and Castledawson was fully open to traffic on the 31st of May. I'm sure that the member will agree that this was a very significant milestone that is improving connectivity to the North West and delivering journey time savings for commuters, buses and goods vehicles. In addition, construction of the new 25.5-kilometre section of dual carriageway between Drumahoe and Dungiven, which includes a bypass of Dungiven, is also progressing well. The earthworks and 16 of the 22 structures are substantially complete, and the mainline pavement construction is also well advanced. It is expected that this dualling scheme will be complete in 2022, largely as planned. When both these schemes are complete, approximately 3/4 of the Belfast to Derry route will be dual carriageway standard or better. As well as improving the standard of carriageway along the A6, both schemes also provide enhanced provision for public transport, pedestrians and cyclists. New park and ride sites are now operational at Drumderg and Drumahoe, with a further park and ride site currently under construction at Clauda. Together, these flagship schemes represent an investment of over £400 million and will significantly enhance the connectivity of the North West, improve journey time reliability, reduce journey times and, importantly, improve road safety.
Kesh Brescia, Ed Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to enhancing our connectivity in the wider North West. On the subject of rural connectivity, can I ask the Minister for an update on the Dungiven Park and Ride? Thank you.
I know that the member is very supportive of the Dungiven Park and Ride, and she has raised this issue with me previously. A pre-application notice has been submitted to Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council, and the design is currently being finalised. I am pleased to report that a public consultation on the proposals will be carried out prior to submission of a full planning application towards the end of this year.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, due to the long delays caused by the traffic light system entering and leaving Dungiven to facilitate the A6 roadworks, how long would this arrangement be in place? And while I consider this work very necessary and taking into consideration that roadworks are taking place between Ballymoney and Ballymena, Motorists coming from the North West to Belfast and beyond are severely inconvenienced.
Again, I thank the member for his question. The ongoing traffic management at Dungiven is essential to facilitate the construction of a new roundabout to connect the existing A6 Glenshane Road to the new A6 dual carriageway. Unfortunately, due to the nature of this work, lane closures on the A6 are unavoidable. However, work has been sequenced in order to minimise the number of lane closures required by maximising offline working, extending the weekday working hours and working weekends when necessary. My officials are continuing to liaise with the contractor, elected representatives and local residents to ensure that any impact arising from the ongoing works at Dungiven is minimised as much as possible.
Here, Mayor Fordy Doherty, Fania Cast, I call Podrick Doherty.
While progress in the A6 is welcome, another vital stretch of road for the North West, the A5, has been delayed again in the public reopening of the scheme. I'm very concerned by this, and can I ask the Minister, can she provide an update on what her department is doing to ensure that there will be no further delays to the A5?
I thank the member for his question, and we have discussed many times in this chamber the challenges and delays to the A5. Certainly one of the things that I find frustrating is that at a previous public inquiry it was given the green light, but unfortunately we had no ministers in place to take it forward. My officials are working at pace towards the publication of a new environmental statum addendum so the public inquiry can be reconvened as recommended by the PAC next year. Receipt of the PAC's final report from the inquiry should then allow a ministerial decision to be taken, and subject to the successful completion of all the necessary statutory processes and environmental assessment, the construction of Phase 1A could then commence. The programme for scheme delivery in recent years has alluded to full scheme completion by 2028, and although some slippage has occurred, this time frame remains achievable. I would once again reiterate my commitment to the A5 flagship project, which is of significant strategic importance to the region, helping to tackle regional imbalance, improve the economy, job prospects and prosperity, connecting communities and improving road safety.
Here, Mayor Declan McAleer, Fania Cast.
Question 6 to the whole.
The plan provides advice which councils, as planning authorities in their own right, will take into account when determining planning applications for development in the countryside, along with all other material planning considerations. It is important to note that the plan does not, however, change planning policy. It is intended to assist planning authorities and users of the planning system in the interpretation and implementation of extant planning policy as contained in the Strategic Planning Policy Statement. It re-emphasises and clarifies several policy issues and will assist in ensuring a consistent interpretation of the policy across the North. I firmly believe that the current policy approach for development in the countryside remains appropriate and facilitates sustainable patterns of development while also supporting a vibrant rural community. I will, of course, continue to consider current and emerging issues to ensure that strategic planning policy for development in the countryside is fit for purpose.
Cast Breshag, Declan McAleer, supplementary question.
I thank the Minister for a response, and the Minister will be very aware that there are a lot of concerns in the country about this here. The planning note which she refers to appears to restrict the interpretation of planning policy and make it more difficult for people to build in the countryside. And in the most instances, that will impact on young couples wanting to build beside the home place. So there's enough pressure in rural communities between Brexit and broadband and rural isolation in the middle of the pandemic. Will the Minister consider reconsidering this planning advice note and perhaps withdrawing it?
I thank the member for his question, and I want to make sure that we are supporting our rural communities and ensuring that they are vibrant places to live. I do want to stress that the plan does not change existing planning policy. As I've said, it's intended to assist councils as planning authorities in their own right to be able to give their assessment of what material weight to be afforded to planning considerations. It is therefore, as I say, ultimately up to councils to make that determination, and I would emphasise again that this plan does not in any way change the planning policy that was consulted on and agreed prior to me taking up post.
Jonathan Buckling.
Despite what the Minister has said, she will understand that some councils have interpreted the new planning advice note as a change of policy, and has therefore created complications in different local council areas, leading to many of them thinking that there has been a change in policy. So can I ask, what consultation did the Minister have with executive colleagues before issuing this note?
I thank the member for his question, and as I said, it's up to local councils as planning authorities in their own right to give determination to the relevance of material planning considerations. In terms of the consultation that took place, since the publication of the SPPS, the Department issued a call for evidence in March 2016 to help inform the scope of a potential review of strategic planning policy on development in the countryside. This attracted responses from a wide range of interests, including local government, environmental groups, business, industry, residents groups, professional bodies and individuals. The Department also procured consultants in March 2017 to undertake research and provide an updated evidential context to inform the best strategic planning policy approach for development in the countryside. This research involved focused stakeholder engagement, including seminars with council planning managers, professional institutions and environmental interest groups. It also included individual meetings with relevant organisations, including the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, Construction Employers Federation, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Rural Community Network and Ulster Farmers Union. The above-aforementioned work helped inform the preferred way forward for strategic planning policy for development in the countryside and my decision to issue the PAN.
That ends the period for listed questions, and we'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Mr. William Irwin.
Minister, following the announcement that new rules for towing a trailer and a caravan with a car will be introduced in England, Scotland and Wales later this autumn, will the Minister commit to ensure Northern Ireland benefits by also introducing the change?
I'm aware that GB is introducing changes to Class B and E trailer tests to try to help the sector tackle the lorry driver shortage. My department had no prior knowledge of this change prior to the public announcement. The implications of these changes for road safety will need further consideration. But I want to point out that testing is not seen as a significant reason for HGV driver shortages here. A recent Road Haulage Association survey identifies drivers' retirements, Brexit of course, and changes to off-payroll working rules as the three main reasons for the shortage. Testing was not identified as an issue by hauliers in the UK-wide survey. At this time, the DVA can facilitate practical driving tests and theory tests for LGV drivers. The DVA is not aware of any specific concerns being raised by training schools regarding the availability of appointments, but training schools are encouraged to liaise directly with their appropriate centre management team should additional testing capacity be required. The DVA will continue to liaise with training schools to monitor the demand for tests. In the first full 4 months since driving tests resumed on the 23rd of April, the DVA has conducted 1,290 LGV driving tests, which is 65% higher than the 5-year average for that period, demonstrating a clear commitment to providing increased testing capacity for the sector.
Mr. Irwin for a supplementary.
Thank you, and can I thank the Minister for a response. Given the fact that there will be divergence in the rules if Northern Ireland does not change, if someone comes from England, Scotland and Wales with their caravan to Northern Ireland on holiday, what way do they stand then legally if they're driving in Northern Ireland?
My understanding is if they complete that in GB and they come over here, it should be fine. But of course, given the seriousness of the issue, what I would like to do is to be able to double check with officials and confirm in writing to the member.
I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We didn't reach my question in the previous session on the lighting on the Cumber Greenway, so I'd be grateful to continue the subject with the Minister. Could I ask, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, now that the consultation is complete, will the Minister outline the next steps and the timeframes, please?
So the consultation, as the member rightly points out, closed on the 30th of September, and the purpose of this public consultation was to gather views and comments as to whether lighting should be provided on the Cumber Greenway, and if so, whether it should be installed in the entire route. We have received 1,700 responses to that consultation, and so officials are working through all of the feedback. And the outcome of this consultation will guide not only whether we light the Cumber Greenway on a pilot basis, but the development of future policy on lighting active travel routes.
Supplementary for Ms Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer. I look forward to seeing what comes out of the consultation and how they're going to proceed. But with regard, just continuing on the subject of sustainable transport, the Minister will also be aware that pre-pandemic the park and ride at Dundonald was at capacity regularly. So post-pandemic, that's going to continue to be an issue. Could the Minister outline what plans she has to address this, please?
I thank the member for her question and the tenuous link that was creatively provided. The member will know that I've invested significantly in the provision of park and rides, and we're taking forward a number of schemes. Dundonald does present difficulties because of the challenges around land availability, but of course my officials continue to work to identify what options we can have to try to release the pressure on that site, because of course what we need to be doing is encouraging as many people as possible to make that switch out of their private car and across onto public transport.
Iarna Ciara Ferguson for Newcastle. I call Ciara Ferguson for a question.
Thank you. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review?
I thank the member for her question, and I recently met with Minister Eamon Ryan and the consultants who are taking this piece of work forward. So the purpose of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is to look at our existing rail network to see where it can be improved, and that's a particular issue in the North West, of course. It will also look to identify the potential for new rail links so that we're better connecting communities and businesses. It will also examine the possibility of rail in terms of connecting our international gateways, so our ports and airports, and it will also examine the potential for freight as well. All of these, I think, are hugely important as we tackle the climate emergency. The consultants have been asked to report back within a 12-month period. So this will be an evidence-based approach, an evidence-led approach, but there will also be the opportunities for public engagement as well. So I would encourage members to input into that process when they can.
Ciara Ferguson. Supplementary question for Ciara Ferguson.
It is vital that rail connectivity is improved in the North West to begin to end regional inequalities and unlock the potential of the area. Can the Minister also give an update on the ongoing studies considering a half-hourly service on the Derry line, as well as the additional halts at Ballykelly, Strathfoyle and the City of Derry Airport, and whether this report is still due in November?
I thank the member for her question, and when I took up the post I said that I was committed to tackling regional imbalance, better connecting communities, particularly in the North West. If anyone looks at the rail map, it speaks volumes in terms of the lack of investment and the lack of connectivity. So I'm pleased to say that my officials continue to work at pace on this. We're linking in with Into the West, who have been invaluable in terms of identifying the terms of reference, and I'm pleased to say that the feasibility study will be completed next month, and that will enable us then to move forward in terms of the next steps in terms of a business case.
Paula Bradley for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, the consultation on the second phase of the glider scheme that will connect north and south of the city is due to end today, if I'm correct. Could I just ask you, like my colleague Joanne Bunting, what are the next steps in the timeframe on that?
I thank the member for her question, and she is correct. The public consultation on phase 2 of the glider closes today, so there still is time and opportunity for members to feed into that consultation if they haven't already done so. Well, obviously, my officials will then work through the feedback and will be bringing a submission to me in terms of identifying the best routes. I want to reassure people, though, that this isn't a predetermined outcome. The consultation set parameters in terms of the work of the consultants, but I'm keen to listen to the feedback, and then that will determine next steps. Of course, a critical component of that is the Belfast City region deal, because this is a project within that, so it's very keen that that's prioritised and that we can get on to deliver the multiple benefits that we know that the glider phase 2 will deliver for the people of North Belfast and South.
Supplementary for Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, you mentioned there the City regional deal, and whenever the glider was first mooted for within North Belfast, it had talked about going up to as far as Global Point in South Antrim, or Mollusk, which is part of that City deal as well. So it's just to ask you, why was that not taken into consideration whenever you put out the consultation? Albeit I don't know how it managed to get through Glengormley at rush hour, but just to ask why it was stopping where it's stopping.
I thank the member for her question. And so the routes that have been identified as part of the consultation were determined by the consultants, factoring in a number of issues around the engineering of routes, accessibility, but also viability as well. So it was the parameters upon which we went out to consult. But of course, I've been very clear that I want this to be a genuine public consultation exercise. So I'm very keen to hear the views about extensions of the routes. I'm very keen that we give that careful consideration in terms of identifying the next steps.
Call William Humphrey for a question.
Thank you, Minister, for an answer so far. Minister, you'll be aware that my party secured money through confidence in supply for the York Street interchange. Can you update this House how that is progressing? Obviously, it's vital for this city, but particularly Northern Ireland in terms of connectivity.
I agree with the member, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this is a very important and strategic project, and I can confirm that I have allocated £2.7 million in this financial year to continue the development of the project. This funding will deliver a placemaking analysis of the project and the wider area in light of new and emerging policies, an active travel review looking at walking, cycling, public transport connectivity through the scheme and in the wider area, the further development of the engineering design, including site investigation works to reduce cost and design risks. With regard to future funding, the Executive has committed to the delivery of essential infrastructure projects as part of the New Decade New Approach Agreement, which, as a member will know, includes York Street Interchange project. I therefore expect that this project will be funded by the Executive in line with other priorities such as the A5 and A6. Work on the placemaking and active travel review is progressing well, and I hope to be in a position to consider its outcome shortly before deciding on the next steps.
Supplementary for William Humphrey.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased, Minister, with the answer. I look forward to being updated as the House will too. Minister, I'm pleased that you've now visited Glenside and Harmony Lane in North Belfast. The Northern Ireland Housing Executive Belfast City Council and DAERA have stepped up to the plate and assisted those residents who are long suffering in terms of criminality, antisocial behaviour, dumping and so on. What is your department going to do?
I thank the member for his question, and another very creative and tenuous link to the original question. 10 out of 10 for creativity on the DUP benches today. Yes, I went out to visit Harmony and met with the residents, and I want to absolutely say that the commitment and the sense of community and pride that those residents have is truly remarkable. Of course, there are challenges because it is an unadopted laneway, and so that does present challenges, but I gave a commitment to residents that we would look to see what we can do creatively, and I've asked my officials to explore what legislative powers we may have so that we can come to the table and look to adopt it, because it is, as you say, a blight. It is subject of antisocial behaviour, and I think it's very important that we all do what we can to try to address this, and importantly support those residents in their endeavours.
Question for Earlier Flynn.
Thank you. Can I ask the Minister if she could provide an update around some of the work the department's doing to implement protective infrastructure on our bridges in relation to suicide prevention, please?
I thank the member for her question, and as a Minister and also as an MLA for North Belfast, mental health and suicide prevention is a priority for me. When I came in to take up the post of Minister for Infrastructure, one of the first questions I asked myself was what could my department do better in terms of tackling this issue. So we've been engaging in a piece of work called Relink the West Link, and that's looking at feasibility of having measures, environmental measures, at our bridges around the West Link, so that we can create softer, greener areas where people feel safer, for example. And so I would hope to be in a position to be able to make an announcement on that shortly.
Supplementary question for Earlier Flynn.
And thanks very much to the Minister for a response. And you had mentioned there, Minister, that the work that you're doing within your own department around suicide prevention, and it's important just to state that it actually is a responsibility of all the executive parties and departments to try and tackle this issue that is still impacting on our society. But could I just ask the Minister then finally if the pilot that's being carried out, could the department look into expanding the scope of that pilot to maybe include any additional bridges? Thank you.
Thank the member, and she's absolutely right. Individually as ministers, but collectively as an executive in society, we need to take ownership of this issue. And I very much value my role on the executive subgroup on mental health and resilience and suicide prevention as well. I can confirm that in the feasibility where we're looking to identify which Bridge is best placed to initiate this, but I've also asked my officials to be looking to see in the interim, is there something that we can do along all of the bridges, because I'd be very keen that we tackle this issue. It is a location of great concern, Mr Deputy Speaker, and so I think it's very important that we all come together, make small changes financially, but they can actually have a huge impact on vulnerable people.
Call Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I first thank you for dealing with the recent problems occurring with the new online MOT booking system. Having sampled it myself and can say it's now working fine, dates available even at short notice. Minister, my question is this: when are you intending to make possible walk-in bookings again at all MOT centres for those who wish to book over the counter, as a lot still require this service, with some members of the public not having access to computer systems and are depending on relatives or friends? Banks are open, post offices are open, shops, so why not MOT centres? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. I'm glad that he had his particular issue resolved. As he said, we did close over-the-counter services in line with public health advice. People can make applications online, or if they're having difficulties, accessing it digitally, there is a call centre as well. But what I'm very keen to look to do is to deliver services that are closer to communities. So my department is progressing work with Libraries NI to agree face-to-face booking inquiry service that they would deliver on behalf of DVA, because I think libraries across the north should be vital parts of our community network. We should be putting services into them. We shouldn't be placing them under threat. So this is a piece of work that we're working at pace, because I would like to see us be able to provide that face-to-face service at people's doors, at the heart of their community, in their local library.
That's it, members. Time's up. Just take your ease while we move to the next item of business, please.
Order members, just to remind you that there will not be questions to the Minister of Justice today. The Minister has been unavailable. So we now return back to the debate on universal credit uplift, and I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to respond to the debate.
Thanks very much, and indeed thank you to all the contributors to today's debate. It obviously is an important item that needs to be discussed and addressed. And I suppose I'm going to start by reiterating what I've said before in previous debates and discussions on this issue, that the planned actions by the British Government are outrageous and are abhorrent, and it will result in the biggest cut to the basic rate of social security to date. It will result in hardship and poverty for people across the north who are already struggling. And the facts of this proposed cut are clear. This will cause enormous hardship for people immediately, and at a time when Boris and his cronies are looking at tax breaks for the rich. This is totally unacceptable and it's totally immoral. I have made members aware in previous discussions that I wrote to the British Secretary of State for Work and Pensions calling on the uplift to be made permanent. I highlighted the difficulties this would create for ordinary people, workers and their families. and I joined ministers from Scotland and Wales in a joint letter to again call for the uplift to be made permanent. This was followed by a joint letter last November. I have written again to Therese Coffey over the weekend to insist that these concerns cannot be ignored and that the universal credit uplift should be retained as a matter of extreme urgency. And to do anything else is a derogation of her responsibility, and it's absolutely wrong on every level. And indeed, I welcome the fact that our joint First Ministers, who have joined the Scottish and Welsh First Ministers in making the same calls. It's time for the British Government to do the right thing, and I urge this House to join in these calls on calling for the British Government to do the right thing. I fully recognise the far-reaching impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and what they've had and continue to have on people. I know that it has increased reliance on our social security system. There was a dramatic increase in the number of households on universal credit from 57,920 in February 2020 up to 116,810 households in May of this year. And that's why I put in place a range of measures to mitigate as much as possible the social, economic and wellbeing effects of COVID-19 upon our communities. This was done to help and protect vulnerable people and safeguard the organisations that they depend on. I focused on measures I could to implement quickly and introduced a package of additional assistance and funding to support people through this difficult time, and I made sure we were getting money to people when they needed it. £20 a week to Boris Johnson and the Tories may be small change to them, but I know how vital this is for people on the ground. I proudly live in a working-class inner-city community, something Boris knows nothing about. I've been a community activist all my life. I know this cut and all the Tory cuts means that people, families and workers are already struggling, and it's a disgrace that many people, I suppose, have made comments around the thrust of this motion. I would ask the SDLP why they are not directing their efforts and criticisms at the British Government, who are the people responsible for this cut. This is the time for the British Government to reverse this cut, and it's the time for this House to speak as one voice in calling for them to reinstate the universal credit uplift. Instead, this House, and it seems the SDLP, are giving up on that call and on the British Government to do the right thing. We have to be open and honest about our abilities to mitigate, yet again, another cut by the Tories. The budget here in the North is not infinite, and people know the circumstances of how we get the money through a block grant. Our fiscal powers and levers are also restricted, and we obviously do need a further conversation on how we can transfer more powers from Westminster to the Assembly here. But in the interim, I would be interested in hearing from the SDLP who are proposing the motion, but also from others around how we propose to find this additional money. Which minister's budget? Is it their own minister's budget that's going to give up the money in order to retain this? Where is it that they're going to reduce the costs from? Equally, as part, is it going to be coming from health, from education, from housing? Do you think that we should reduce any of these or other vital services? Because these are the areas that we would have to look at to take the money from. So let's get real when people say, and I wholeheartedly agree that we need to find ways, but these are the options that we're looking at. This would see the whole housing development programme would be taken away if you were going to mitigate in terms of looking at a cut within my department. What would we look at within infrastructure? What would we look at within health, within education? What are the services that are going to be cut? Because it's easy coming into this chamber and making a proposal. What's not as easy is bringing forward a proposal which is costed and which proposes where you're going to be taking the money from. Yes, of course.
Minister said member instead of minister. Minister, as we know, as yet we have not received the monitoring round information from the department, for instance, into the the Committee for Communities. Perhaps there's underspend. We don't know until we see the monitoring round information. Perhaps the Minister could shed some light if there is any underspend. After all, in the past we have seen discretionary support grants underspent by £2 million.
Again, you're talking about a one-off cash injection. So again, that's not sustainable if you're serious about mitigating Tory cuts to our social security system. So let's get real. If you're proposing to find 110 million plus the additional 7 million to build a system here to extend those payments because the DWP systems will stop them, where is that money coming from? Now, I'm up for that conversation. I'm up for taking that proposal to the Executive. But these are the hard questions around where that money is coming from. And I know I'm going to come on in terms of some members. I mean, I know some members were presenting, I suppose, their anger. And it's obviously that the angry mist has clouded their judgment and offers further distraction around where the welfare changes and cuts are coming from. Make no mistake about it, this is ideologically driven by the Tory government and has been for over a decade. They are ideologically wedded to eroding the welfare state. They are ideologically wedded to privatising healthcare and other public services. That's where the focus of this debate needs to be. And I've heard many say around the decision that was taken back in 2016. Make no mistake about it, as was already intimated earlier in the debate, the institutions were ready to collapse on this issue. There were many calls in this chamber when the British government were initiating financial penalties. People were saying that certain parties were going to allow the institutions to collapse over this issue. But what we had as a result of that was the additional mitigation protections in terms of the benefit cap, in terms of the bedroom tax, and we can see the devastating consequence that this has had in England, Scotland and Wales. And is it perfect? No, by no stretch of the means it's not perfect, but at least those mitigations offered some protections which other citizens living in Britain do not have. And they have said repeatedly how much they wish they had a mitigation system at the same time as well. I know other members talked about the Feminist Recovery Plan, and indeed I've read the plan. I've also engaged and I've listened to the Joseph Rowntree Trust, the Trussell Foundation, Advice NI, and indeed the broader community and voluntary sector. Many of them are involved in the co-design groups of the social inclusion strategies around disability, gender, anti-poverty and LGBTQI+. And again, these strategies do need to be delivered, but it's not just down to the Department for Communities. It has to be all of the departments playing their role in delivering and implementing these strategies. The expert panels delivered their reports, of which I published, but that's not the end of the strategy. They're being co-designed and that work is ongoing at the moment. And I have said here previously that my intent is to bring those strategies forward before the end of this mandate, and that's something that I'm going to be doing. I know others talked about a social security system that defined innovative solutions. If we want to build a social security system here, just to build the system alone to make the payments, we need at least over £1 billion of investment to build our own system. Now, I'm up for that conversation, because then we need to find out where that £1 billion plus is going to come from in order to build a social security system here that meets the needs of the people here. I know there was some mention of the 500 million that was announced by the British Chancellor last week, and I agree with Nicola Sturgeon. This is a complete distraction ahead of the Tory party conference, which is kicking off today, because this results in just £13 to £14 million in Barnett consequentials. When you match that against the 110 million nearly in UC that's being cut, it disappears, and of course that's only a one-off payment, so that's not built in on an ongoing basis. I know others have talked about the failure of me to deliver, and that will be up for the electorate to decide that next year. And I have no problem. I know this is a political chamber and people will have their views. I know some, when they were a minister, wanted to hit the ground running. but I don't think they even hit the ground, let alone run. That said, I do have to correct some untruths that was made in this chamber today. And in terms of the mitigations, I would ask that the party who's blocking this from being put on the executive agenda to unblock it, and I would urge the member to go and speak to their own colleagues on that matter. In terms of universal staffing levels, we were inundated. I spoke about that earlier in terms of the amount of people that come onto the UC system. But we moved everything in our power to make sure that the system stood up. And I have to say, down to the dedication of our staff at the front line, the system did stand up. We were able to make payments. We were able to make sure that people in the most difficult time of a pandemic, that those payments reached those who needed them. In terms of the terminally ill, there was an assertion made that I've done nothing. I'm the only minister that's bringing forward legislation to bend the 6-month rule and to extend protections. And in terms of PIP, these systems are not good enough. But I, again, am the minister that has made a policy decision to reverse privatisation and to bring this in-house. And what I would ask other members who are giving out platitudes, are they going to support me in that endeavour? And again, I will be asking all the parties, will they support me in that endeavour in the time ahead? I suppose what I also want to ask in terms of this motion is, why do people feel that it's okay for the uplift only to be extended until March of next year? It will be just as equally critical then as it is now. Therefore, why is the motion only asking for an extension to March 2022? Some cynics would say that a looming election, that some parties are setting up future criticism of me and again taking the spotlight away from the Tories who are making this cut, rather than trying to deliver for people. A cynical stunt bringing people yet again to another cliff edge. As I have stated before, I am determined, I know you're going to get to sum up at the end, Mark. As I've stated before, I am determined to protect the most vulnerable people in our society and to target resources to those most in need. So, of course, I'll be liaising with my executive colleagues. I've already have, and I will continue to do so. I will continue to explore and lobby for mitigations, for opportunity to support people, and I hope the political parties around this chamber will support me also, not just making headlines from this debate. I will continue to support the most vulnerable within our communities, and particularly with rising costs in fuel and electricity over the winter period. My department provides a range of measures aimed at reducing the impact of fuel poverty, such as the Affordable Warmth Scheme and Boiler Replacement Scheme. I'm also committed to delivering long-term sustainable solutions for poverty in all its forms. And my department is leading the way, as I said, on the social inclusion strategies. Over the last 18 months, we have invested over £300 million in support into people's pockets, into communities and into local council areas. When I came into post in January last year, I had a paper at the Executive by that February on welfare mitigations. That was to extend the mitigations, to close the loophole and to bin the bedroom tax once and for all. It's a disgrace that this paper has not made it onto the agenda, despite repeated calls for me at the Executive to do so. And it's a disgrace that this paper is being blocked by a party in the Executive Office. And I'm calling on all parties,
The Minister's time is up.
I'm calling on parties now to support my proposed paper coming forward in closing the loopholes, extending the mitigations,
The Minister's time is up.
and binning the bedroom tax.
I now call on Dolores Kelly to respond to the debate and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank all of the members for taking part in the debate and indeed their universal support in opposition to the Tories' plan to end the £20 universal credit uplift. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would be right to, at the outset, as many members did, recount what that actually means for individuals and their families. And indeed, I don't know, many people came from families where money was an issue, or the lack thereof, where people worried whenever the brown envelopes of bills tumbled through the letterbox on what to do with them or how they were going to be paid. And the sleepless nights and the worry and the anxiety and what that meant to family relationships. So it's not just about whether to eat or heat. It's also about people's physical and mental well-being, and many members refer to that in their contributions. It's also about the additional pressures that poverty puts onto the health service, because none of this is standalone. However, I think just to blame the Tories, and I'm up for that, and the Minister towards the end talked about political stunts. Well, I'm about here long enough to remember the Sinn Féin member standing outside with numerous posters and saying stop the Tory cuts. So that was a political stunt that didn't actually age terribly well. And indeed, in terms of our MPs, we take the fight to the Tories where it counts, in the chambers, where the votes count, going through the lobbies, to not only stand against the Tories, but to vote against the Tories, rather than stand on the front lawn as the current South Down MP Chris Hazzard did not so terribly long ago. So I don't think we'll take too much criticism about that. But it is right that the Minister does point out that there's been a 100% increase, and she is right to put on record her thanks and our thanks to the staff who stepped up within her department to actually try to process those claims as best and as quickly as they could. Because in my constituency office, I'm sure like many of yours colleagues, many people had found themselves for the first time relying upon welfare payments with furlough, with job losses, and did not know how to navigate the welfare system, something that Mr Butler outlined in his contribution to the debate. But it's very easy to blame everybody else, and it is something I think that some members did say in their contributions, is that we all unite together. We unite with the devolved assemblies both in Scotland and in Wales against the Tory cuts, and that is an important key message. But the fact is, Sinn Féin and the DUP have been in power for over 14 years here, and we are not powerless, and we should not be buying into the narrative that there's not something that we can't do about it. I will, very briefly.
Thanks, Member. Thanks for giving way. Is the member also concerned, as I am, about this argument that the only alternative is to either cut health or cut education or cut infrastructure or have a decent and fair welfare system? And does the member think it's perverse that in one of the richest societies in human history, where billionaire wealth has soared, that the fact that the only argument we can have is what do we cut rather than saying how do we make those who have more pay? Would the member be concerned about those comments?
I am indeed, and in fact I think I saw recently where there were an increasing number of millionaires in Belfast, believe it or not, and some members did refer to the unequal and increasingly unequal wealth distribution across society. And indeed Mr Dunn outlined all the food banks and the volunteers who just do such tremendous work, but I think it is a sad reflection on the society of what we value. And it should never be about putting health and education, because all of those are linked and should form part of any poverty strategy as we work our way out of poverty, in terms of giving people access to good health care and access to good educational opportunities, but as well as to give them a decent standard of living. So I think the point is well made, and there are things, of course, that the Executive can and must do, and that's why I am, like many people, very frustrated that does not appear to be the urgency within the Executive to meet. I mean, how often have we seen Executive meetings called in the last number of weeks? How often have we seen joint press conferences by the First and Deputy First Minister, whether it's around the COVID economic strategy or indeed in relation to welfare reform? And indeed the Communities Minister has very clearly said that papers that she has produced have been blocked by the DUP be within the executive. And Mr Frew quite rightly pointed the finger of blame right across to the executive. But the fact is, Sinn Féin and the DUP have been in power for over 14 years, and I think it's long past time that I and the people that I represent and all of us represent heard from them how and what type of society we want to build. Does tackling food and heat poverty mean more to them than identity politics? My colleague Colin McGrath quoted Gandhi. I quote no better a man than John Hume when he said you can't eat a flag. And yet today, and in most days, our headlines are full of culture and identity, sham fights between some parties to try to divert people's attention from the real bread and butter issues and the sad reality of life for far too many in our society, and we can and must do better. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business.
Okay, members, we'll make a start. Thank you. The sitting has resumed. Next item on the order paper is a motion on a bespoke sanitary and phytosanitary standards agreement. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly supports a comprehensive and bespoke agreement between the European Union and the British Government to align sanitary and phytosanitary standards with the aim of reducing checks and paperwork on goods being imported from Britain, recognises that this is the only realistic and practical way of reducing checks within the framework of existing international agreements, acknowledges that there is widespread support from businesses here for such an agreement, and calls on the European Union and the British Government to negotiate a bespoke agreement to align sanitary and phytosanitary standards.
I call Keith Archibald to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Margaret Cancolia, and this motion today calls for members to support a comprehensive and bespoke agreement on sanitary and phytosanitary standards to be negotiated between the European Union and British Government, with the aim of reducing checks and paperwork on goods being imported from Britain. Such an agreement has the support from business representatives as a practical and realistic way to reduce the friction that has resulted from post-Brexit trading arrangements. An agreement on minimum level of standards would reduce the checks necessary at ports on agri-food products drastically. This, of course, is not a new point of debate. There was much discussion throughout the entire Brexit negotiation process on SPS and whether a veterinary agreement or alignment on regulation could, should or would be reached. Essentially, what transpired in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement was a bare bones and minimalist approach, which has resulted in the checks that are now being applied not only between Britain and the North, but between Britain and other EU states. A minimalist agreement that has resulted in the British food and drinks industry losing £2 billion in trade with the EU in the first 6 months of this year. That is the damage being inflicted by Brexit. The lack of an agreement which could minimise significantly the checks on East-West trade, was a choice made by the British Government with its eyes wide open. And despite what some of its ministers now assert, the protocol was also a choice made by the British Government with its eyes wide open. It was negotiated and agreed, and it has been put in place, among other things, to prevent a hard border on this island. A border that would see those same checks required at ports being performed on land. That's the entirely impractical and impossible to enforce alternative without the protocol. And let's be abundantly clear, those checks are the result of a threadbare agreement on SPS and veterinary regulation between the British Government and the EU, and not because of the protocol. The protocol, in fact, protects all island supply chains that are vital to our agriculture and agri-food processing sectors. Absolutely no one in that sector would want to see those checks imposed on land. They want a practical solution that reduces the need for checks, and an SPS agreement would deliver that. There are already SPS agreements in place with other countries and models which exist. New Zealand has an equivalence approach to regulation, but some checks are still required. Switzerland has an agreement where essentially EU regulations are applied, but checks are minimised. But what business organisations tell us is that a bespoke agreement, rather than any of the approaches that other countries have, is what's required to take account of our unique circumstances and the level of trade there is between Britain and the North. The British Government has made much of the need to have control over its regulation, while also asserting that it doesn't intend to drop standards, to give it the ability to make trade agreements with other countries. The country most important in terms of doing a trade agreement is the United States, but President Biden has made it clear that's not coming anytime soon, and any SPS agreement designed to protect the North will not be a barrier to a trade agreement between Britain and the US. Some discussion has focused on a time-limited arrangement on SPS, while other options are considered, and given that any trade agreement, including with the US, is likely to be several years away, that's there to be explored. Vitally, what is required is genuine engagement to resolve these issues, finding a reasonable and practical solution requires pragmatic and flexible approaches. The much threatened triggering of Article 16 will not help this process in any way, shape or form. In fact, it simply triggers the process that's already happening through the Joint Committee, and it requires the efforts continue until a solution is found. It also requires specificity in terms of any remedies being proposed and why. So anyone peddling the notion that Article 16 gets rid of the protocol or stops it applying is misleading the public and possibly themselves. Unfortunately, at the Tory party conference this week, the British Government will continue to dial up the rhetoric, and we've already heard some of that from Brandon Lewis and David Frost with unrealistic fantasy assertions, as if they had no part in agreeing what is currently in place. It would fit them better to pay attention to what is going on in this chamber today, to those of us who are actually listening to those we represent and setting out realistic and practical ways forward. To listen too to those who have found opportunities and benefits to the protocol and support it. It would also fit the DUP better to do likewise. Getting rid of the protocol, that, as they claim they want to do, would be a disaster for many businesses, and in particular our agri-food businesses. The triggering of Article 16 would not solve anything. It would only add to the uncertainty and lack of stability and damage businesses. The reality is we all know the protocol is going nowhere, and the only way forward is through continued constructive and pragmatic engagement to find practical solutions that provide some certainty and clarity for businesses and for everyone else. It's time to dial down the rhetoric and for the DUP to put an end to the threats to our institutions that are only about their own opinion polling and deflection from a failed Brexit strategy that supported the most right-wing elements of the Tory party to deliver the hard Brexit and poor trade and cooperation agreement that has resulted in the current frictions in trade and the necessity for the protocol in the first place. So I urge members to support this motion and to address the amendment. I give, as you would expect, consideration to it, and I welcome the UUP engaging on it. But my understanding is the concept of at risk does not apply to SPS, but rather to customs and tariffs, so I'm unclear as to the intent, and therefore we cannot support it. I do hope the UUP will support the motion, which is, of course, in line with their own protocol alternatives paper. I'm finished. So.
The member hasn't given way. She's finished her contribution. It's made odd timely. I don't know. I will call Steve Aiken then to move the amendment.
So moved.
Thank you. And the member will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all of the other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment. Steve Aiken.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge this Assembly to accept our amendment and to send a strong message to both Brussels, London, Manchester and other European capitals that Northern Ireland should not continue to be used as a bargaining chip. As we have heard elsewhere today, time is rapidly running out, and after 10 months since the imposition of the protocol on the people of Northern Ireland, it is well beyond the point that action should be taken. As already stated today in another place, it's not working and it needs to change. The heart of this matter is a very simple premise. That's if Northern Ireland and the Belfast Agreement is truly the real reason for the protocol, then all the provisions of the 1998 agreement, north-south, but in particular east to west, must be met. The east-west dimension is not a nice-to-have, an adjunct or an afterthought. For those of us who have been steadfast in our support of the Belfast Agreement and the institutions, it is the critical element that holds our support, and above all, it is the core of the consent mechanism. As Lord Trimble, architect of the peace agreement we now have, stated today, there are times when governments have to repudiate agreements that have been made when they don't work. This is one of them. That the protocol isn't working should not be in any doubt to anyone. The pernicious best of both worlds mantra that is used time and again does no one in Northern Ireland any good. The protocol is not sustainable and it's not durable. Our party has time and time again put forward practical solutions to deal with how we deal with maintaining open borders across these islands. That, until recently, our proposals have been ignored and denigrated by the EU in general, and by Dublin in particular, has given us no pleasure. That many of our ideas have now worked their way into the UK Government's command paper and merged thinking such as that of the FSB should again come as no surprise to those who want to see Northern Ireland work. Our proposals are based on the size of the Northern Ireland economy in relation to the total size of the EU-UK GDP. Where we achieve less than 0.2% of that combined GDP, that should show to any unbiased or objective observer that the risk of goods, particularly agricultural goods of any sort contaminating the single market, was and is minutely small. Furthermore, unlike goods, in particular food products coming from third countries, such as from the Middle East and North Africa, or from Thailand or from Kenya, these food products are coming from our own nation, a nation that has standards at the same level, or indeed better, especially in such areas of animal welfare and environmental standards, than much of the rest of the European Union. So that is why we as a party urge that the principle of risk, rather than political ideology, is the foundation stone of whatever revised agreement comes after the protocol is confined to the very large dustbin of failed treaties. We propose that, based on risk, that bespoke SBS treaty between the UK and the European Union is created. A bespoke arrangement that could eliminate much of the friction currently being experienced, including a labelling programme for goods coming from Great Britain to Northern Ireland if the European Union is so really scared of cross-contamination. Quite simply, this would mean labelling products that are only bound for Northern Ireland and not onto the EU single market as being for UK sale only. We would also create a specific criminal offence to knowingly export goods designed for the UK internal market into the EU single market. This would get us beyond the absurdity of the likes of Sainsbury's, which has no stores in the Irish Republic, having to apply rules and regulations as if Northern Ireland is a foreign country. It is not. It is part of the United Kingdom. To ease EU concerns, we'd also like to see an indemnity for a breach of the single market where the UK could undertake to indemnify the EU if it was found that Northern Ireland had been used to export non-compliant goods via the land border on the island of Ireland into the EU single market. These are sensible and limited measures, and these are what we should all be calling for. For are we really saying that cross-border shoppers from Sligo, Letterkenny and Dublin buying their groceries in Newry, Belfast and are threatening the very existence and integrity of the European Union? Of course not. Not just at the moment. Would Frontex, the EU frontier force, is it going to be stopping every Republic of Ireland registered car at the border to check that their sausages and M&S fish pies are EU compliant? Yes, please.
Members focusing thus far on goods in supermarkets, which is obviously a particular issue in terms of supply, but would he accept that if, as his amendment indicates, this was to apply, all SPS standards were based on what they call in this amendment a goods at risk test, that would that also include dairy herds in Fermanagh and sheep, upland sheep herds in the Mournes and Sperrins? Would they too be aligned to GB rules, but there'd be an at-risk test just out of interest? He hasn't made.
And may I thank the member indeed for his intervention. The question of at risk applies all. And here's the issue. Where is the risk now? Where is the risk to Northern Ireland sheep in Scotland? Where is the risk to pedigree cattle in Scotland going for market? Where is the risk of having multiple tags on ears or whatever it happens to be? Where is that risk? And I see the Agriculture Minister is here, and no doubt he'll talk about this later on. But where is the risk? Quite simply, there isn't any. And let me continue with my remarks. I was about to say, how absurd is that? And I say that again. How absurd indeed is this idea that there is any risk? It's about as absurd as having to have Northern Ireland treated as a foreign country within our own nation by an external organisation that has demonstrated that is more interested in restricting our access to medicines, controlling our state aid rules, making orders about machinery standards, all while pontificating that this is somehow beneficial and supportive of the Belfast Agreement, when it clearly isn't. So, as an Assembly, can you join us and support the amendment and call for a properly thought-out, risk-based SPS, one that isn't designed to penalise Northern Ireland consumers and seeks to prevent further trade diversion, an agreement that is grounded in the practicalities of our existing markets and logistics systems, one that allows for no, or at best minimal barriers, north-south as well as east-west. We have a choice today, Mr. Speaker. Let's make it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In many ways, much could be made of Sinn Féin's motion, and indeed the amendment before the House in terms of the recognition of the problems the protocol presents to everyday life in Northern Ireland. And it certainly represents a major change of heart on behalf of parties in the House who have moved from a position of wishing the rigorous implementation of the protocol to wanting comprehensive change. That is a welcome change of heart. Certainly proves that the DUP has been consistently saying from the start that the protocol is not the solution, rather it is the problem. The issue of phytosanitary checks is an important one. I've taken many calls from farmers, buyers, machinery and machinery salespersons and those in the construction sector who have been hugely inconvenienced in both time and money as a result of those most unnecessary checks within the United Kingdom. I made many representations to DAERA officials on this issue, and we must remember that we currently remain within what has been termed a grace period. It is therefore absolutely vital that in the near future such checks are not stepped up or intensified, and rather, as we've been solidly making the case, such checks are binned completely. Efforts therefore must concentrate on processes and solutions that respect the constitutional and economic position of Northern Ireland as an integral part of the United Kingdom. It is also worth stating that the issues referred to in this motion are only one part of the problem. There are many other checks and regulations which when considered, do considerable harm to the passage of trade. We must remember that Northern Ireland is subject to more checks than the EU's own largest port of Rotterdam. That is by no means a reasonable or practical arrangement, especially when we continue to be within the grace periods. Even in this grace period, there are still some 2,500 common health entry documents being completed per week. Experts predict that this will rise to 25,000 per week, which would be, in my view, simply unworkable. The Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs officials have on a number of occasions made representations to the DAERA committee, stating clearly that there is simply not the capacity to process that magnitude of paperwork. It is therefore, by any reasonable assessment, unrealistic and unworkable. Regardless of any of the arguments, there are undeniable facts as to the importance of the mainland GB market to Northern Ireland. Figures from 2018 show the value of this trade to be £13.4 billion in both goods and services. That is a vital trade corridor and one which everyone would agree must be protected. The fact consumers have reported to me that suppliers have now ceased this trading partnership simply due to the paperwork is most concerning and in pure economic terms a backward and negative step. There are of course many suppliers who have navigated in the considerable paper chase, but the result of that has been to drastically hike prices to reflect the significant increase in administrative work. That has meant consumers paying more, which has another negative impact, and further proof that the protocol must go, given the real impact that it is having. There has been rumblings in the media in recent days of the potential for change, and we'll wait any outworkings. However, it is vital that any and all efforts remain focused on restoring unfettered access within the United Kingdom with measures that respect both the economic and constitutional status of Northern Ireland.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously I and my party will support today's motion. We've consistently been in favour of a sanitary sanitary and phytosanitary agreement between the EU and UK as an essential and urgent means of smoothing out the issues related to movement of goods, specifically agri-food products across the Irish Sea. We've said that from early on, as indeed have other parties in this House. I only wish that others, including ministers opposite, had been more vocal in supporting it earlier. Mr. Speaker, of the many millions, possibly even billions of words written on Brexit, specifically the Irish issues relating to Brexit, very few people have ever convincingly argued, even the most hardline Brexiteers, and we do have some pretty hardline Brexiteers in the chamber here with us today, have ever realistically argued that you could put in a hard border in SPS standards on the island of Ireland. And by a hard border, I mean a situation in which one jurisdiction on the island of Ireland is diverging sharply in terms of its sanitary and phytosanitary rules, for example, as part of a UK which is seeking a trade deal with the US. It has rarely been stated that you could have divergence on the island of Ireland and that would be manageable or logistically possible. But that's the upshot of some of what's been said today. It's the upshot, as far as I understand it, of some of what's in the UUP amendment, although, as I said, like the person who moved the motion, I engaged in detail with the UUP amendment, and I'm keen to hear more from the UUP on this. I welcome the fact that they are engaging on it, but I don't quite understand what the... I'm unclear as to what the amendment is actually doing. The concept of goods at risk is something which relates to customs movements rather than SPS checks, so I'm afraid we can't support it for that reason, Mr. Speaker. As I said, no one has ever made... I'm happy to give way very briefly, yes, because I don't have much time.
Would the member not realise that we're in danger of the EU and the UK continuing to butt heads, and that there needs to be a bespoke arrangement recognising the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland and the Belfast Agreement and the stability of our politics here, or we're destined to trade difficulties and political difficulties?
Well, I don't disagree with anything he's just said, but that's not what's in the amendment that was put down today. But what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that for the purposes of plant and animal health, the island of Ireland has been a single epidemiological unit basically since there have been rules on plant and animal health controls on such things. There have never been two divergent sets of rules on the island of Ireland. For years, long before I was in this place, when I would fly home from London, you would land at Belfast City Airport, and what would be one of the first things you'd hear? If you've got any plant or animal products, I would hear sitting on the airport at Aldergrove or Belfast City, make sure you bring them to report them. And this is long before Brexit, long before the protocol was a twinkle in anyone's eye. So the principle that we have a single epidemiological unit on this island has long been there. I won't rehearse ancient history. I'm sure many of the members in the chamber, including opposite, will remember the foot and mouth outbreak of 2001, or indeed the BSE crisis of the 1990s, both of which illustrated not just the need for SPS alignment on this island, but the sectoral demand for solutions which reflect the uniquely intertwined natures of our agri-food sectors on this island. I could, of course, quote the late Dr. Paisley and his famous remark about Irish cattle, British people but Irish cattle, but I won't. Well, I think I already have, Mr. Speaker. So one of the most frustrating aspects, I won't give way, I'm afraid, because I do want to make some progress, and I've given way once to a member of his party. One of the most frustrating aspects of this debate is the way the Irish sea border, on the so-called Irish sea border, is the fact that we've tended to focus on the wrong things. No one, as I said, has ever convincingly argued that it would be logistically possible to have an SPS border on this island, let alone, never mind the political or economic consequences. I could, for example, quote multiple UK policy statements on the subject, going right back to August 2017 in the first detailed position paper from the UK government in respect of SPS and the Irish border. It said, quote, the extent and complexity of third country SPS and rated checks would clearly not be appropriate or consistent with the UK and EU's shared objectives to prevent a hard border in the movement of goods. I could even quote a document from October 2019, back when Boris Johnson was the flavour of the month with members opposite, although he seems to be the flavour of today, at least again. And this was Boris Johnson's letter to then EU Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker. He said in his proposals for revising backstop, which led to the protocol that members opposite are now so furious about, it says third, it provides, this is his proposal, for the potential creation of, quote, an all-island regulatory zone for the island of Ireland, covering all goods, including agri-food. For as long as this exists, this zone would eliminate all regulatory checks for trade in goods between Northern Ireland and Ireland, by which he means the Republic of Ireland, by ensuring that goods regulations in Northern Ireland are the same as those in the rest of the EU. And there we come to the point, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid it is not possible, given if we accept that you need the same SPS rules on the island of Ireland to preserve our agri-food industry in the single epidemiologic unit, we simply can't pretend that the EU single market doesn't exist. So we need a bespoke deal. Why not pull the Swiss deal that already exists off the shelf? People don't like that. Fine, let's negotiate a bespoke one. But the simplest and most straightforward way to remove 80% of the checks on the Irish Sea, which we should all want to do, is through an agreement on SPS. That's the most logical thing that should happen. So let's get round the table and agree it. And members opposite should stop engaging in histrionics over removing the protocol. Let's sit down, get the UK and EU to negotiate that SPS agreement, and we might remove some of those checks in time for Christmas instead of bringing down Stormont and threatening political instability. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a society which is at least sometimes still divided, and I need hardly remind the House of that, Northern Ireland works best through sharing and interdependence. People interact, Mr. Speaker, and businesses have supply chains and sales both north-south and east-west. However, Brexit, and particularly a hard Brexit, was always going to bring boundaries and create friction for trading arrangements. Mr. Speaker, once the UK Government and Parliament determined that the UK would operate outside the single market and the customs union, a divided line on a map with the European Union's economic zone was sadly inevitable. The protocol, therefore, is the response to the choices made around Brexit and the prior rejection of earlier and better, or at least less harsh, alternatives. From a purely pragmatic basis, managing checks done on the Irish Sea with 7 different crossing points is easier than on land with over 250 crossing points. But any de facto border was always, to some degree at least, going to cut across some people's sense of identity and create friction in relation to the movement of goods. Brexit has profoundly altered the trading relationship between the United Kingdom and the European Union, with the Food and Drink Federation reporting British food and drink exports to the EU falling by £2 billion in the first 3 months of 2021, with dairy products alone plummeting by 90%. Thanks, Mr. Speaker, to the protocol, Northern Ireland has been able to trade freely with the European Union, and so is not as impacted as the rest of the UK by the new trading environment. As such, in 2021, imports from Northern Ireland to Ireland have increased, it seems, by 77.6%, a value of £663 million. But the protocol is not without its... I will briefly, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Thank you very much for raising that issue about the trading issues. I think if we look at the statistics of the diversion of trade that came from Wales to the Republic of Ireland and the diversion of trade that's now coming to Northern Ireland, I think we have to be very cautious in using the figures and quoting these figures within the Assembly, because we need to have more detail and understanding of what is actually happening. Because this idea of the diversion of trade, again, reads to the question of triggering Article 16. Thank you.
Will come in turn, Mr. Speaker, to Article 16, and also actions and proposals taken by and made by my party in the previous months and years. As I said, Mr. Speaker, but the protocol is not without its challenges. Sanitary and phytosanitary checks constituting, of course, the main challenge for the Northern Ireland Protocol. Therefore, negotiating a bespoke UK-EU veterinary agreement must be a priority. A UK-EU veterinary agreement would ease the pressures arising from the Northern Ireland Protocol, and many independent countries, including Switzerland and New Zealand, for example, have bilateral veterinary agreements with the European Union and face lower non-tariff barriers than the UK, despite the UK high standards. The UK can negotiate a veterinary agreement with the EU as a supplementary agreement to the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. Negotiating a comprehensive UK-EU veterinary agreement would offer help to all UK food exporters who are manifestly struggling to engage with European markets. And for Northern Ireland, progress in this area would address SPS issues as well. The Alliance Party, as I referred to a moment ago in response to the member, has consistently called for a UK-EU veterinary agreement and has escalated up the political agenda in both Westminster and here in this Assembly. Calls to invoke Article 16 of the Protocol, Mr. Speaker, or to suspend parts of its implementation ultimately leads to a dead end and does not scrap the Protocol. There will, however, be, if this happens, a further period of protracted negotiations and uncertainty if this Article 16 option is further pursued. The protocol, it's worth repeating, is merely a symptom of the problem, not the cause. But solutions are available if we think creatively and work together. With that in mind, Mr Speaker, I, with Alliance colleagues, will be supporting the motion.
I'm going to call Emma Sheeran.
Agatha Kincorlia, and I'm obviously rising in support of the motion, which is effectively about Brexit. Brexit is a product of ideology that's having real-life implications for us all and for the people we represent. And ideology, presumably, is what got us all into politics. But your ideology must complement with delivery for constituents, and if it doesn't, you do need to question what you're doing here. The EU wasn't perfect, it isn't perfect, but the EU membership was good for the North, good for our communities, good for local infrastructure, good for our businesses, and good for our farmers. And we all knew that Brexit was going to be bad for local businesses. We knew in 2016, we knew it during the long nights of missed deadlines and drawn-out negotiations, and we know it now. But we are where we are, and the most sensible thing for us all to do now is to set ideology aside and to look for a resolution. We need to be responsible, we need to dial down the rhetoric, and we need to support those that we represent. Today we have more attempts from David Frost to appease unionists with talks of threats to trigger Article 16. And the British government are talking about Brexit in the context of trade deals and doing business with the rest of the world, when we all know that for the Tories and the other policy architects behind it, Brexit was about ego. It was a hark back to the good old days of the Empire when Britannia ruled the waves. Racism and xenophobia, scaremongering and hatred was at its very heart. We've seen families who had made their homes in the north, worked here and contributed to our local communities, leaving en masse because of the rhetoric that surrounded the referendum. Britain left the EU and all the benefits that it had brought in order to try and re-establish themselves as a superpower, which I don't have a problem with. Whale away. The issue is that they brought the North out with them. We didn't vote for Brexit here. So I've got community groups contacting me every week about the Community Renewal Fund. Our £1 billion Peace Plus funding has been jeopardised by the DUP's refusal to attend the North-South Ministerial Council meetings. This is not a mess of our making, but it does affect us. So we have to make the best of a bad situation. We have to be innovative and creative and look for solutions for the people that we all represent. Aligning SPS checks makes sense for businesses in the North and for businesses in Britain. Our agri-food sector here in the North is a massive proportion of our local economy. It employs 100,000 people. We know how badly our processing plants are struggling because of a lack of workforce, again as a result of Brexit and the fact that so many of our migrant worker population left our shores in the wake of Brexit. Unionism is unhappy that in some instances North-South trade has replaced East-West trade. What I have found when speaking with constituents and local businesses and producers is that trade is trade, and we can always do with more of it. That's why Sinn Féin is bringing this motion today. We want to see practical, workable resolutions to the issues that have beset our farm businesses since the onset of Brexit. I've spoken before about the fact that I'm from a farming background. Beef, lamb and dairy produce accounts for roughly half of the food produced in the North, and I'm acutely aware of the specifics of one of those sectors in particular. In January of this year, I received a number of calls from black-faced sheep farmers across the North who had bought ewe lambs in Scotland before Christmas, only to find out that they couldn't take them home in January once they had reached the appropriate age because they weren't Scrippy monitored. This is a costly and stressful exercise for local farmers. It takes 7 years to get the Scrippy monitor qualification, so that imposes another cost on Scottish farmers trying to sell their lambs to the North. An example of how different standards between our two islands can have a real impact on our producers in counties Derry, Tyrone and Down. We've seen increased trade north and south, which is so beneficial and in many instances makes sense from an environmental and efficiency viewpoint. I will.
North East trade is beneficial and some trade can be good. I have no difficulty. But would you accept that much of that trade is more expensive and is costing customers more, and other products that they're used with getting, they can't get anymore, so customers are dissatisfied?
Member has an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention. I would remind him that that's the result of Brexit, and I would also say that the milk that I get from down the road is in most instances better than the milk that I'm taking that has air miles added to it. It's not a complaint that I've had from constituents. But what I was going on to say was that aligned SPS checks could allow even more trade, and that's something that we should all welcome.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think today's motion shows the first signs of acceptance by Sinn Féin that the Northern Ireland Protocol, a solution that they repeatedly requested full implementation of, is not working. As far as this is concerned, I welcome that other parties in this chamber seem to be waking up to the devastating realities of the protocol and their constituents, particularly their business communities. Unfortunately, the problem goes far deeper and is far greater than the motion would suggest. We have seen issues with livestock movements, medicines, pets, travel, supermarket produce, horticulture products and Amazon packages. We have seen damage to the Belfast Agreement and political tension within our communities. It must now be accepted by all parties and governments involved that the problem doesn't need a sticking plaster, the problem needs a proper solution, and fast. The motion acknowledges that paperwork and checks on goods entering Northern Ireland from GB needs to be reduced. For goods that will not be entering the EU single market, checks and paperwork do not need to be reduced, Mr. Speaker, they need to be removed. We need a bespoke agreement between our government and the European Union, as the motion highlights, one which would remove the REC border, one which would remove the damage being caused to our economy and future trading prospects, and one which would remove the prospect of an unaccountable foreign power having any say in the running of our nation. No other nation on earth would countenance such a situation, and neither should we. We must look for solutions, and I believe one potential solution is the development of a system which ensures that UK products do not access the EU single market through Northern Ireland. There should be no difficulty with us committing to protecting the EU single market if it, in turn, permits the proper functioning of the UK single market. Both single markets should be protected. It doesn't need to be one over the other, as is currently the case. Solutions need to be found fast. In recent months, we have seen firsthand GB businesses stop trading with NI because there is too much hassle and additional cost. The protocol is reducing choice to the NI consumer, which is in turn increasing prices and reducing business competitiveness in NI. The simple way to resolve this matter is for Nationalist and Republican ministers to recognise that the REC border is contrary to the Belfast Agreement. The REC border is costing us and those who elect us to this place, both Unionists and Nationalists, £850 million per year. Rather than calling for rigorous implementation, I urge Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance ministers to join us in calling for London and Brussels to remove the REC border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Evan Poots.
Mr. Speaker, and it's good to have the opportunity to speak on this issue today, and it's good to see Sinn Féin actually moving their position, because last year when we had this debate, there was this great call that we'd have a rigorous implementation of the protocol, and now we have a recognition that the rigorous implementation of the protocol would be a complete and utter disaster for the people of Northern Ireland, because we actually haven't had a rigorous implementation of it thus far, with all of these grace periods, and were they to end, it would lead to a shortage of food on our shelves. It would lead to costs going up to the lowest paid people in Northern Ireland and have devastating harm to all of the people of Northern Ireland. So it's good to see that recognition. Strange to see the SDLP and the Alliance Party still clinging to the rickety vessel of of the protocol, even though it is very clearly a sinking ship. And we do need to have some realisation from Mr O'Toole, Mr Blair and others that this is not something which is good for Northern Ireland. He did refer to the motion from the Ulster Unionists and others looking for some hard border on the island of Ireland. I don't know anybody looking for a hard border on the island of Ireland. I don't see any need for a hard border on the island of Ireland. And if we're talking about the protection of European Union single market, that can be easily done without this protocol, which needs to be dismantled and needs to be dismantled quickly. And I call on David Frost not to talk anymore about introducing Article 16. Get it introduced and then negotiate from there with the European Union to completely and utterly dismantle the protocol and the damage that it's doing to the Northern Ireland people. For example, we bring some £13.4 billion worth of goods every year from the European Union. We bring £7.9 billion from everywhere else. So there's basically a 2-to-1 split from the import of goods. So how is it good for the people of Northern Ireland to have checks on 2/3 of our goods coming in? Clearly it's not, and people need to reflect upon that cannot be good. We have 419,000 HGVs coming into Northern Ireland every year. This year thus far we have had 25,000 sheds in the course of 6 months, and those are now up to £2,500 or 2,500 checks per week. And that cannot be good for business in Northern Ireland. So people need to reflect upon that, because what isn't good for business isn't good for consumers. And if you're serious about representing people who are in need, people who are on the breadline, then you will stand with everybody else in seeking the removal of the protocol, and be honest with the European Union, and be honest that you got it wrong, and that the European Union got it wrong, and we need to remove this. Now, some people say, what do we do instead? Well, what is at risk in terms of the single market? What are these goods that will cause danger to the single market? It certainly isn't the food that's ending up in our supermarkets and in our corner shops in Northern Ireland. It certainly isn't the 100,000 trees that have been cancelled to come into Northern Ireland so that we can actually make our contribution towards reducing our carbon footprint. It certainly isn't 97% of the sheep that have no longer able to enter Northern Ireland as a result of the protocol. And perhaps Ms Sheeran could have told the farmers that were in contact with her, this is purely down to the Northern Ireland Protocol, which we supported. Because that is a fact of life. That is what's causing the problem. Yes, Ms Sheeran.
Protocol, Mr Pitts.
The protocol is a political manipulation that was brought in to punish the United Kingdom for leaving the European Union. And we need to recognise that it was driven by Simon Coveney, it was driven by Leo Varadkar and people like that there, and it was done by them to damage people who live in the island of Ireland, who they claim to support, the people who live in Northern Ireland. And it's realistically, we need to ensure that we roll this back. And we need to roll this back for the sheep farmers and the sparrows. 97% of the sheep that came in the previous year couldn't come in last year because of the Northern Ireland Protocol. It's no wonder farmers in County Tyrone are contacting me and saying, would you please try and do something for us, because the people that we voted in to do it for us aren't doing it. And perhaps Ms Sheeran needs to reflect upon that. In terms, I give out once already, Ms Sheeran is very kind to you. In terms then of how do we actually fix this thing, there's absolutely no issue in checking goods going into the European Union, none whatsoever, that come through Northern Ireland to Great Britain. And we will facilitate that. That doesn't need to happen on the border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. That can happen at our ports, but it is goods that are going to enter the European Union, not goods that are staying in Northern Ireland, because there is no risk whatsoever to goods, to the single market as a consequence of those goods. Apologies, Mr Speaker, I thought an extra minute.
Okay, yeah, you did have an extra minute. If you want to finish an extra minute, you're free to do so. All right then. We're very kind here, you know. So, okay, I call Patsy McGlone, Patsy McGlone.
And just as this debate wound on, you would nearly think that we would want to be in a place where you had free movement of goods, people, capital and services. You remember that one that used to be there pre-Brexit that people voted for? So let's not dupe ourselves or anything else, that people live with the consequences of their votes. And that's where we're living. Even today, I heard your man Frost over in England. He's coming off with nonsense about, what did he say? The long bad dream of the EU membership. He should explain that to the people in England who have no goods on their shelves in the supermarket, who can't get petrol, who can't get drivers, who can't get butchers, who can't get workers. The list is endless. Now, what he has done is, he, by his hand, and others, they signed up and they worked for the Brexit they're now delivering. They replaced it. They replaced it. They replaced by Brexit and created their own living nightmare that they're living with now. Sorry, my colleague.
Thank you for giving way. Would you agree with me also that one of the other things that the EU brought in that we didn't hear from the previous speaker, the Agriculture Minister, is the effect on Northern Ireland farmers of the potential loss of common agricultural policy, rural payments, and secondly the loss of EU labour, particularly in our agri-food industry, not least in his own constituency?
Member has an additional minute.
I'm sure the Minister will pop up after a while and say that he's going to deliver a whole lot of money to those farmers to supplement that. Take that's a no.
There is no ministerial response to this.
Oh no, well. So just to get back to it, I'm welcoming the opportunity to debate the need to resolve the ongoing dispute over the level of sanitary and phytosanitary checks and paperwork required for goods being imported from Britain. Those goods include products of animal origin, plant products, food and feed of non-animal products, and high-risk food of non-animal origin. We should be clear, however, the new checks and paperwork required for those goods are a direct result of that Brexit. The majority of people in Northern Ireland didn't vote for that Brexit, and the majority of people in the North recognise the fact that the protocol is a direct outcome of that Brexit. The EU, and this is reality, has a duty and responsibility to protect the single market on behalf of its member states. Both the EU and the British Government also have a duty and responsibility to protect the Good Friday Agreement, as do we. The Brexit Protocol is an integral part of the withdrawal agreement negotiated between the British Government and the EU. It attempts to meet those duties and responsibilities. In the unlikely event of Boris Johnson reaching for the nuclear option of triggering Article 16, those duties and responsibilities will still remain. They will still require agreement between the EU and the British Government on how to manage the situation going forward. This debate, however, does give the Assembly an opportunity to demonstrate that the majority of elected representatives here do not support the position as articulated by the DUP, who, prompted by Mr Allister, are threatening the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement if the protocol isn't abandoned. I suspect that positioning has as much to do with their anxieties over the electoral prospects as it does a desire to resolve any outstanding issues on SPS checks. That said, since the Brexit Protocol was agreed, there has been ongoing disputes and delays over its implementation and the level of SPS checks and paperwork required. But the SPS checks and paperwork are there to protect that EU single market, not just in the present but also in the future. The cheerleaders for Brexit and the DUP may not like it, but the reality is the prospect of a divergence in standards between what is allowed in the UK market and what is allowed in the EU single market requires checks to be made on those goods. And there is a mechanism there for working through the difficulties. There is a joint committee. I'm sorry, I'm running behind time here. I have a bit more to say. That is why agreement between the EU and the British Government to align sanitary and phytosanitary standards for goods is a realistic and practical way to resolve concerns about the levels of checks and paperwork involved in implementing and importing goods from Britain. The British Government's recent command paper from July leaves open the possibility of an appropriately designed SPS agreement, setting out where UK and EU SPS legislation provided for the same high standards. And it allows for providing a means to identify areas of significant difference where the level of risk-based controls might need to be higher. So, It is possible that agreement could be found between the British Government and the EU to align those standards. But the British Government's unilateral declaration of an indefinite extension to the grace periods isn't certainly a long-term solution. It can only allow time for further discussions, which I hope, Mr. Speaker, will take place. The EU is currently engaged in those discussions with the British Government, and that is the background in which we're having this debate today. The SDLP want to see an agreement reached. We want to see positivity. We want to see things where there are difficulties or problems, those ironed out between the two sides, and we move on to create what's needed for our entire community, and that is stability and a positive way forward. The Assembly has an opportunity to indicate its preferred solution today. So, Shannon Mage, Concordia, Gurmila Magat.
Thank you. And I call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Northern Ireland Protocol is not working. It is significantly disrupting trade east-west, and there needs to be a rethink. It's costing our businesses, and increasingly it will be costing our constituents in their pockets as they buy the items that are essential in their daily lives. We all have to remember we've only had a small taster of the level of bureaucracy and disruption and cost that is likely to occur. I'm aware, for instance, that many hauliers stopped using the Port of Dublin because they were implementing the fuller level of tests and protocol and testing and paperwork, and they were coming in instead through Carnlyon. So there's another level to come further down the line, which isn't yet to be experienced by Northern Ireland customers. And there's wider aspects that have yet to come as well. The parcel industry, the regulations around it, it is not going to work, it's not going to tolerate it, and the sooner everyone recognises that and gets down to practical talking to get solutions before there is huge impact on our economy and our politics. I would draw members' attention to the Unionist amendment, and it's wanting a bespoke agreement to align sanitary and psychosanitary standards for goods at risks. At this minute in time, the level of bureaucracy and paperwork is ridiculous. I think of a small motor factory in Larne, and he used to ring up his supplier in GB and, would you post me over something? Can't do it anymore. Has to come by pallet loads, minimum order of £1,000, and by the way, the distribution cost has also doubled as well. That's the networking of the protocol. And our constituents, when they go to buy their items for their cars, we all will be paying for it. That is the reality of what is being delivered. And what is the risks? Are container loads of car parts going across the border? If that were the case, I would fully understand why such levels of scrutiny may be required for those customers who are abusing the system. But why can we not have an at-risk system where goods which are clearly being traded locally do not get caught up with this bureaucracy? The Belfast Agreement has been used and abused, and clearly the Irish Government and the EU and others have focused solely on north-south issues and ignored the east-west aspect, which is disrupting politics and will increasingly do so. UK standards, as has been said by others, are frequently greater in the UK than the EU, particularly around animal welfare. And it is of concern, and I'm really curious why Sinn Féin, SDLP and Alliance want the full implementation of the agreement. Why they chose that language, very, very dangerous language, rather than looking for practical solutions which will meet all concerned. That is not what's been looked for. Too often we've heard they want the full implementation of the protocol. The protocol can be adapted and changed to something at risk if there is a willingness, and I only wish that would be the case. Certainly will.
First of all, I think I would say I've heard the phrase rigorous implementation about 10,000 times from unionist politicians. It was in one letter once. I do think the protocol should be implemented, and the reason it should be implemented is, and should be implemented in a way which works, and that's what the UK and EU should be agreeing. But when it comes to practical solutions, would he not agree with me, would he not acknowledge that his proposal, which seems to be that an entire international treaty between one departing member of what was a 28, now 27 member regulatory bloc, that it's not entirely practical to reopen a treaty which would involve going to the Finnish government, the Danish government, the Maltese government, the French government, the Polish government, the Cypriot government and every other government in the EU and saying, lads, are you happy that we reopen this treaty? That's not a practical solution. Would he recognise that?
There is a mechanism to change, to get away with your ridiculous parts of the protocol, but that has not been the route that has been taken to date. And you can stick on the full implementation of the protocol and end up having nothing, because there's a danger you will simply cost your constituents, cost our economy and cost the body politic in Northern Ireland, ignoring the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland, the special circumstances in Northern Ireland. I am not hearing any regard being taken of that, and really the at-risk is the issue that is not being taken into consideration. Again, if it were container loads of TVs being sneaked into the Republic and into Europe to create unfair competition, I could understand we need to stop and control that, not a problem. But why do we have to stop Marks and Spencer's bringing their Christmas fare into the local supermarkets? That is what the protocol is doing. And I would like someone to answer that, particularly the Lions Party, who perhaps may suffer that particular aspect more so than others, when many of their voters recognise the difficulties in getting some of their Christmas fare. Increasingly, some are becoming more European, more nationalist, and rather than recognising what is needed by their constituents. I would particularly like to talk about medicines. 300 medicines are being discontinued potentially on the 1st of January. What are we to do? We need a practical solution. It's not economic for these customers, these businesses to supply the cheap medicines made in the UK to Northern Ireland. Are we just going to pay more expensive medicines elsewhere, reduce or limit money for our health service, force people to change their medicines? They may already be taking medicines. So really we need to workings to deal with this situation. I support our amendment.
Thank you, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, I rise to support the motion presented here today. Mr Speaker, we were told that the Prime Minister would get Brexit done, but the reality is that it's just started. We're seeing the impact of leaving the world's largest trading bloc. Brexit did not have to be like this. Indeed, the proponents of Brexit were content to promote a single market approach. Instead, we have the hardest of Brexits and a rushed trade and cooperation agreement with the massive increase in red tape and friction for businesses across the UK. A recent YouGov poll found that only 18% of the public thought that Brexit was going well. Indeed, it is difficult to find many silver linings. With shortages of certain products on supermarket shelves and the loss of freedom of movement, which, as we have seen, is causing real issues with regards to skill shortages across numerous sectors across the UK.
Would the member give way?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you for allowing me to give way. Would the member in his remarks address the fact that his deputy leader called for the full implementation of the protocol? Is this stance now changed within his party?
Thank the member for his intervention. As one of the other members of this House to say that it is a bit like a broken record in relation to this, and I will come on to the implementation of the protocol. Some food industries in the UK have been upended overnight due to delays and friction of exporting fresh food to the EU. In particular, the fish and shellfish sectors across the UK, Great Britain faced a massive drop in exports this year. On the movement of animal and food products, a UK EU sanitary and phytosanitary agreement is a clear way forward. This would not only smooth the flow of goods across the Irish Sea, but also benefit consumers and businesses in other parts of the UK, especially those fresh food producers who previously had a major market in the EU. We must also be conscious of the reasons for SPS checks and rules and why we cannot simply cast them aside as irrelevant. The safety of our food and the security of our agriculture sectors depend on it. So it is not difficult to see why the EU is not keen to just allow free, uncontrolled access into the single market. We need agreed rules to protect and ensure the quality of food products and animal and plant health. The story of citrus black spot fungus, which may not seem interesting to people here today, but as reported by RTE's Tony Connolly, and the fact that from the 1st of January, the import of citrus products into the UK from countries where this fungus exists is a case in point. Alliance did not support the protocol. It was clear that Remain was a much better solution, and failing that, the backstop. But the DUP famously sank that idea. Yes?
The members talked about a fungus, but can I explain why on earth medicines need to be disrupted? Why the flow of medicines to Northern Ireland from our GP suppliers need to be disrupted by the protocol and the bureaucracy involved?
Thank the member for his intervention. As the member will be aware that the solution has been proposed by the EU in relation to that, and that's what we need to be focused on. So we must be constructive in working towards agreed solutions to make the protocol as light touch as possible. An SPS agreement is a clear way forward. Alliance's MP at Westminster, Dr Stephen Farry, has been pressing for such agreements to be progressed to ease frictions since practically the start of this year. I welcome news that others are starting to come round to the concept of an SPS or veterinary agreement between the UK and the EU. We need to be clear with the UK Government and speak with one voice in this matter, so I think this motion is constructive here today. However, representatives at Westminster also need to make the case, as Stephen has been doing for months. Mr Speaker, the cliff edges need to go. We need a long-term solution to issues with the protocol. Repeating standstill agreements cannot go on forever. We need to get long-term established rules for businesses and consumers. The UK and the EU need to work together as partners to build trust and a way forward that benefits us all. New Zealand or Swiss style, we need agreements, not political posturing, to address issues with the protocol. Realistically, however, we need also to remember that what works for New Zealand, a country many thousands of miles away, may not work for us. We share a frontier with the single market, and we need real practical solutions that work with that. Alliance will continue to be constructive here and in Westminster to address these issues and reduce the friction that Brexit has caused. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I mean, my goodness, listening to some of the contributions, Mr Speaker, you might be fooled into thinking that Brexit hasn't had an impact in GB, but only for us here in Northern Ireland. So, just like others, Brexit has been a disaster for the UK, for GB and for Northern Ireland. Petrol, stations, empty shelves, we could go on. The UK Government had years to prepare for the mess
Order,
that
members.
they made.
Order. Sorry. Go ahead, Ms Clare. Bailey,
Thank you,
go ahead.
Mr Speaker. So the UK Government had years to prepare for the mess that they made, and yet we all continue to suffer from them as their bluff and their bluster as they continue to uphold their mess, and again without our consent. But they've repeatedly shown contempt for consent as a principle as well, so that should hardly surprise anybody. And for the duration of this Brexit process, we've been bombarded with legislation, with statutory instruments, with LCMs, all rushed through with very little, if any, scrutiny time and the ability for us to fully understand the impacts of what we were being asked to put through. We've had little to no power in the process, and certainly no inclusion in the formal negotiations, and certainly not at a political level, because we should be also reminded that we had no executive and we had no ministers at the table during those years. So Brexit and the fallout happened to Northern Ireland without our consent. And this has been an EU and a UK government process, and the most that we can do is to raise our concerns in the hope that somebody listens. So the current negotiated bespoke solution to differing SPS standards across the UK and the EU is the protocol. And we know that the EU and the UK view this differently. And in terms of its effectiveness and its workability, the burden it places remains. It was never going to be problem-free. But that's unsurprising, given that there was never an agreement as to what Brexit was. So the Green Party want to see this further developed and to allow Northern Ireland to be best placed to take as much advantage for ourselves as possible. So we have seen benefits of the protocol for Northern Ireland already. And I'll repeat the word petrol. And the recent fuel crisis in GB that did not affect us, as just being one example.
And the work needs to be done now in creating the necessary infrastructure to implement customs and SPS under the protocol, and that the DAERA Minister needs not obstruct this work any further. More than anything, however, what our businesses and retailers need is clarity, and they're crying out for a workable way forward, not more political intransigence and mess. The protocol is a bespoke agreement between the EU and the UK that aims to navigate the differing SPS standards, but undoubtedly further agreement is needed. So it's a sad reflection on our power in this situation that the most we can do is to pass a motion and call the decision makers out for the UK government and the EU to listen to us. What's also a sad reflection is that the UK government and Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister would actually advise any British businesses, cheesemakers in particular, to set up their businesses in Europe rather than allowing them and advising them to come here in Northern Ireland in order to access European markets. The Prime Minister himself won't even sell the benefits of our position here in Northern Ireland, and that is disgraceful indeed. So we urgently need to work towards solutions to the mess that is Brexit for us in Northern Ireland. And the Green Party will be supporting the motion today, Mr Speaker, and not the amendment, because on speaking to those at the grassroots level, they feel that the amendment brings further confusion rather than any clarity. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I now call Mike Nesbitt to wind on the amendment, and the member has 5 minutes.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much. Shall I begin with an apology? I missed the start of the debate. I had a prior engagement elsewhere in the building with some American students whom I was trying to persuade that the fact that our consociational system of government is near perfect and very seldom leads to disputes or disagreement in this chamber. So I apologise for missing the opening speakers, but I think I've had enough of a flavour of the debate to understand that positions have not changed much over the last number of years on Brexit and associated issues. I understand that these issues run deep. Some time ago, perhaps a little mischievously, I suggested that instead of a border down the Irish Sea, we could have a border down the Celtic Sea, and that checks could be made between Rosslare and the northwestern seaports of continental Europe. And the reaction on social media was deep and fierce. People who were absolutely enraged at the thought that I was suggesting that there could be a check on goods within the single European market. And yet the same people tolerate checks within the internal United Kingdom market. So I think there is a little level of hypocrisy within that. And it is 2021, 5 years after the referendum. So I would just encourage those who remind us that Northern Ireland voted to remain, that it was a single UK-wide referendum. We all took our positions in 2016, and it wouldn't have mattered if the Remain voted Northern Ireland had hit the kind of percentages that we recorded in 1998 in favour of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. If the UK generally and overall had voted to leave, we would still be in this position of having left. And I note Mr Harvey talked about the protocol doing damage to the Belfast Agreement of 1998. I would simply remind him that his party spent some 8 years negotiating it away with what was to become the St Andrews Agreement in 2006 and the St Andrews Act of 2007. So they have certainly come a long way if the DUP are now using the Belfast Agreement to something to justify their position that the Belfast Agreement's fundamentals are so good. Our amendment is about goods at risk of going from here into the European Union. It seems to me that makes enormous sense. We cannot impose on the UK government restrictions on new trade deals that they may wish to do with countries beyond the European Union. They may want to do food deals with South America, for example. And that has great implications, and potentially very negative ones, for our agri-food business. But Mr Johnson may choose to do that. What we're suggesting is we're a bit more focused. We talk about goods at risk. And we're also suggesting, and it's now being accepted by some, that we can make legislative measures, such as saying, if you deliberately send a good from GB through Northern Ireland into the European Union, when you'd actually said it was for consumption in Northern Ireland, that you're committing a criminal offence and that you can be taken to court. We're also proposing that the UK government will indemnify the European Union for any damage that may be caused from goods that are going in illegally, even though it's only 0.02% of the goods within the European Union, as Mr Aiken pointed out. Very briefly.
Clarify a particular point, because I haven't had it yet, on the question of goods at risk. If I'm to understand it correctly, SPS, this would apply to goods coming in from GB. If there was a UK-US trade deal which allowed hormone-fed beef, hormone-fed cattle, which would mean that hormone-fed cattle would be grazing happily on the fields of Scotland and England, would those same, under your proposal, would the hormone-fed cattle be allowed to graze happily on the fields of Fermanagh and Tyrone, because of course they wouldn't on the fields of Cavan and Monaghan? That's, I mean, in terms of SPS alignment.
Well, that would be a matter for this House to decide. But we are giving you practical proposals to overcome this. And I don't get an extra minute, Mr Speaker. Okay, so I stand to propose the amendment, and I congratulate Mr McGlone, who's reimagined the honours list. Now you can be a knight, you can be a lord, you can be a baronet, or you can be your man.
Okay, we now move on to call Daglan McAleer to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. The member has 10 minutes.
Omagh, this has been a very interesting debate, and with a lot of opinions right across the chamber. It kicked off with my colleague Ciamh Archibald. She highlighted the need for practical solutions to reduce checks, and highlighted the fact that the trade and cooperation agreement was actually a minimalist, threadbare approach, and the importance of the protocol to protect the All-Ireland supply chain. She made the reference to the fact that there's a lot of SPS models throughout the world, and that we need our own bespoke agreement here, and genuine agreement to resolve the outstanding issues. And triggering Article 16 would provoke a phase of discussion. Mr Aiken says the time is running out. The protocol isn't working. It needs change, and it's important for East-West trade because it's impacting on East-West trade. Mr Irwin says the protocol is a problem and not a solution, and he referenced the scale of checks that there are, and he called for it to be binned and for the checks to be binned, and the importance of the British market. Mr O'Toole referenced the importance of a EU-UK SPS agreement. He says that he has never heard any successful argument for SPS land border checks on the island of Ireland. I made reference to the fact that the island of Ireland for decades has been as a single epidemiological unit for animal, plant and health, and he made the reference also that there's a Swiss deal there that can be taken off the shelf. Mr Blair says that we have a supply chain north, south, east, west, and that the protocol is a response to Brexit, and it's easier to have checks at the sea than across a land border of 250 miles. And he said that the bespoke EU-UK agreement must be a priority, and that the Article 16 wouldn't stop the protocol, and supporting the motion. Emma Sheeran talked about EU membership is good for the North, and that Brexit was bad, and that we need a resolution to make the best of a bad situation. And the fact that Brexit was driven by ideology which was bad for here and has rhetoric of the old days of the British Empire, an SPS agreement would make sense, and she highlighted some of the issues that we are facing around the black-faced sheep, and that alignment would actually create even more trade, and that would be good. Harry Harvey talked about the damage of protocol and made reference to livestock, medicines, food, horticulture, the Good Friday Agreement and the EU, and and the importance of removing the sea border. Mr Poots spoke again the need to dismantle the protocol by triggering Article 16. He made reference to the number of sheds and the implication this has for businesses, and they hadn't any particular issues with checking goods at the ports that are going into the single market, but not those that are staying here. Mr Malone talked about the free movement of goods, capital, people and services. He talked about the implication of Brexit across the water in Britain and made reference to the fact that the majority of people here voted to remain, and the protocol was a product of Brexit, and we have a duty to protect the Good Friday Agreement. He says the trigger in Article 16, but issues will still remain. We need stability and a positive way forward. Mr Beggs said that the protocol isn't working, and we only have a taste of it here yet, and there's challenges for small business. He gives some examples of car business accessing parts, and his preference for an at-risk system. Mr Muir says that we have the hardest of Brexits here, and in a recent survey, 18% of the public says it was going well, highlighted the importance of an SPS veterinary agreement as the best way forward, and Alliance supported remain in the referendum agreement. We need a long-term establishment of rules for businesses and for the EU and the UK to work together. And Ms Bailey talked about the Brexit disaster was imposed on us without our consent, and referenced the contempt that's been shown to us by the British Government in this regard, and made reference to the huge number of statutory regulations and LCMs which have been rushed through, and indeed on the committee we were at the very front of that there over the course of a number of months to get a functional rule book ready for transition day. And Ms Bailey made reference to protocol benefits and the business need clarity, and that the protocol itself is actually a bespoke agreement. And Mr Nesbitt wound on the motion. He said that positions hadn't changed much, and he outlined his proposition for a Celtic sea border, and again preference for an arrangement to deal with goods at a risk. So just that's sort of a bit of a summary, a run through of some of the main issues that were raised. And I think that from my own perspective, as Sinn Féin Agriculture spokesperson and Rural Affairs, I think we do want seamless trade east and west, because 50% of our agri-food products goes across the water to Britain. So we need two-way trade, but we also need north-south trade as well, because our processing lines are north-south, and there's £1.3 billion trade north-south as well, and the figures are very startling. You know, like we import about 500,000 pigs here into the north from the south, and we export about 500,000 sheep, and there's upwards of 1 billion litres of milk that are exported into the south every year as well. And we see the crisis we have with the scabies monitors and the pedigree issues, which needs to be resolved. And yeah, okay.
Member for giving way. The member across the bench wouldn't let me back in afterwards, but when he asked what my constituents were saying to me when we were talking about the scripting monitoring issue, I didn't have to tell any of my constituents what had caused the issue, as they were all able to identify Brexit as the problem. And furthermore, whilst it was a huge inconvenience last year for people that had bought sheep in Scotland to not be able to take them home, this year trade has never been so good, and there's great demand on new lambs that are reared here. Thank you. And I think just to touch on the whole issue of leaving the EU, and we touched on that there as well. And you know, I do obviously in my role as spokesperson for Agriculture and Rural Affairs, I deal with a lot of people in the farm and rural communities a lot. And certainly Brexit has put all of us in the back foot. Like right now in the south of Ireland, for example, they have negotiated a 10.7 billion chunk of the Common Agricultural Policy to spend over the next 7 years. Whilst here in the north, we don't know what's going to happen beyond the lifetime of the current British Parliament in terms of funding. And also we're looking at the Peace Plus. Peace Plus is a possible replacement for the Rural Development Programme, but again, that's at risk if the DUP decide to pull down these institutions. And we heard from the Finance Minister the other day that's a possibility this may not be able to be signed off at the NSMC if that was the case. In terms of how this all came about, yes, it absolutely is a product of Brexit. It's also a product of Britain setting the scene to diverge away from EU regulations and rules. And we've seen that when the fact that the British Government steadfastly refused to include minimum standards into the Agricultural Act. And that was the first sign of it. They refused to include minimum standards of imports into the Agricultural Act.
They then have put their face against a veterinary agreement. So they are setting the scene to diverge away from EU regulations and entered into trade agreements across the rest of the world. And we've seen it in Australia, for example, where there's different sets of regulations from the EU. And that's where the protocol is important for us to protect those imports from coming in here into the north. It also presents a challenge because it can result in the British market, which is so important to us, being filled by products from other countries that the British government have entered into arrangements with. We also seen where there's a divergence in regulations as well, where that can have a negative impact. And whilst we have left the EU and we have the protocol to facilitate trade, with the protocol facilitates trade, we do have differing immigration rules on the island of Ireland. The British Home Office rules applies here in the north, and I have to say that is causing mayhem within the agri-food and processing industry. And we do have a situation where right now there's 25,000 pigs that are backed up on farms across the north because we have a shortage of butchers and processors in the meat plants. It's causing a crisis in the pork industry. And we also have a situation where we're heading into the harvest where seasonal workers come here, but they're not fit to come here this year because of the British immigration rules which apply here in the north. And I have to say, the Minister Poots had wrote off to the Home Office about this issue, and through the committee we got a responsive reply from the Home Office, and I have to say it was absolutely contemptuous and shameful that they won't look at any relaxation around visa rules, Tier 2 expedition of visas, nor including butchers or meat processors in the shortage occupational list. So in conclusion, I thank everybody for their contribution here today. It was a very good and wide-ranging debate, and I will agree with Mr Nesbitt that positions haven't changed greatly, but I think it's very helpful that we had the motion here today. So, thank you.
Omagh, thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Steve Aiken and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Okay, members. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Steve Egan and Robbie Butler be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Steve Aiken and Mike Nesbitt. Tellers for the noes are Dagna McAleer and Kiva Archibald. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Okay, members, order in the chamber, please. Okay, clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 9 members voted aye, 75 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
Thank you, members. The amendment falls. The question is, the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do the ayes have it? Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Thank you. Okay, members. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Emma Sheeran and Kiva Archibald. Tellers for the noes are Jim Wells and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
Members voted. 48 members voted aye. 29 members voted no. The 9 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried, members. Unfasten the doors, please. Could members please take your ease for a couple of minutes? Okay, members. Moving on to urgent oral question. Ms Emma Sheeran has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health, following Informing Choice's decision to cease its provision of a central access point for early medical abortions, to outline the actions he will take to ensure an interim service is in place.
Thank you. Members will be aware that there are currently a number of legal proceedings related to the provision of abortion services in Northern Ireland, including one which is before the High Court today. I am sure members will show respect for the respective rules of the Assembly and the courts and avoid any comments which could prejudice those proceedings. In accordance with the sub judice rule, members should limit their comments strictly to the subject of the question. The question is confined to the end of funding for Informing Choices NI and interim provision of services. Members will wish to avoid discussing the lawfulness of the Abortion Northern Ireland Regulations 2021, which are the subject of today's legal challenge. And I call the Minister of Health. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you've highlighted, the House will be aware that further to the direction brought forward by the Secretary of State in July, my department had asked Informing Choices NI to submit a funding request for the cost of providing an interim telephone-based information and advice service. A funding request for £83,000 was received in August, and my officials have been pursuing this, and in line with departmental approval processes, with the intention of bringing a paper to the Executive on this matter for agreement in line with the legal advice received. This funding would have been in addition to the £137,000 that my department and the PHA already provide in grant funding each year to Informing Choices NI. In the interim, Informing Choices NI signalled their intention to withdraw the current service from the 1st of October due to funding issues. In response, trusts established an alternative advice and referral service, and as of today, they have put in place an interim advice and referral service in which is being delivered by the British Pregnancy Advisory Service BPAS in place of Informing Choices. My department has been advised by Trust that BPAS will provide this service for Northern Ireland 7 days per week at no cost, and this will ensure continuity of advice and referral into the Trust CMA services, pending wider decisions on the commissioning of abortion services in Northern Ireland. Until then, women here can continue to access abortion services by contacting BPAS.
I call Emma Sheeran for supplementary question.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and at the outset I want to commend Informing Choices for the sterling work that they've done over the past 18 months when abortion was legislated for. We've had 18 months of individual clinicians stepping up. In that time, we've had 3 out of our 5 trusts having to pause services. In the Western Trust, that service still hasn't been resumed since April of this year. We have had individuals suffering and without a local service, and we had Informing Choices providing that service over the phone for local women in crisis. And at the minute, you've just outlined that BPAS are now going to be providing that interim service. So there's no local service for women, many of whom are going to be in crisis situations with no support system around them. Can you advise what local service they are going to be able to avail of in the interim?
I thank the member for the points she raised. I will indicate that BPAS is providing a service, a telephone service, the same as Informing Choices. NI we're actually doing as well, so it is the same provision of advice that is being given.
I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making himself available to the House this afternoon. As is well documented, the DUP has been consistent and a passionate pro-life voice. Women who find themselves in the most difficult circumstances should, of course, be able to avail of independent and non-directive advice on support that's available to them. But at the heart of this must be a balanced appreciation that there are alternative routes for pregnancy, including adoption and fostering. In light of this, can the Minister outline how the British Pregnancy Advisory Service will operate differently, if at all, from the Informing Choice NI model? And can he confirm whether an equivalent central access point has been established for pregnant women seeking to give advance consent to adoption?
In regards to the last point, it'll be covered that in comments tomorrow in regards to the legislation that I'm bringing forward in regards to the Adoption and Children's Bill. In regards to any differential between advice that would be given by Informing Choices or BPAS, there should be no differential in advice.
Nicole Carr-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, my colleagues and I met with Informed Choices months previous. It's evident that this is a much needed service and a valued service, offering women unbiased information surrounding the choices available to them. I believe women in crisis deserve support and they deserve impartial information on the options available to them. Therefore, can I ask the Minister, will his department reassess how information on abortion services is advertised on trust websites so that women know what and where the options of compassionate modern healthcare are available to them?
I thank the member for her points raised, and I will ask the trust information that is on their websites be reviewed in regards to any changes that have been made by the transfer from Informing Choices to BPAS, so that there is access and guidance to information that can be necessary for those women who seek it, and an easy pathway for where they should contact as well.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whilst I note some members of this House and even some ministers still occasionally call on the Health Minister to unilaterally introduce a new service specification without an executive decision, but to date none have been able to produce a creditable argument that by doing so he wouldn't be in clear breach of his own legal requirement, according to the Executive's definitive legal advice, as well as the Ministerial Code. Can the Minister confirm that this is still the case?
I thank the member for his point, but taking the Speaker's direction before this question started, there is legal proceedings ongoing today, so I won't answer that at this point.
Thank you, Minister, for that sensitivity. Thank you for that. And call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for coming to the Chamber today. As you referenced in your opening remarks, Informing Choices NI submitted a funding application on the 20th of August. Why has it taken so long for them to get an answer in regards to that? And also, you mentioned that this is really a referral point. Are you aware of the full extent of the support that Informing Choices provides women? It's not just a telephone service, it's also the counselling and also then the non-directive care that they provide to women, in many cases directing them to adoption services, for example, as well.
In regards to bringing the paper, it was in regards to the direction that we had received, which is the subject of the legal proceedings today. We had sought and we'd actually approached Informing Choices for the funding bid, for the request, for the advice, the additional work that they were doing when they provided that business case. It was being taken through and processed by my department officials so that we could bring a paper to the executive as is required under the Secretary of State's direction. And it was at that point when Informing Choices signalled that they intended to withdraw their current service. The trusts engaged and worked with BPAS to provide the same service at no additional cost. In regards to any differential in what Informing Choices is asking, they are still funded by my department to deliver a level of service to the women of Northern Ireland and those who seek support and guidance, and I'll check to make sure there is no disparity in regard to either what they're continuing to provide in regards to advice and provision for those women, and regards to what BPAS are providing in regards to what both organisations are now delivering.
Call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, I want to declare an interest first as a board member of Informing Choices NI. So I don't want to go into the specifics, but you did mention that they put in a funding request of £83,000 and then made a comment that BPAS are now going to take up the service at no cost, which I think is maybe a wee bit misleading because it is a cost. It's a cost to BPAS, who are a charity, maybe not a cost to your department. And then this, of course, is also on top of the cost to the Women and Equalities Committee or Department at Westminster, who are also covering the cost of women from Northern Ireland who are forced to continue to travel to access treatment and care in England. So have you or your department done any assessment on the cost that others are picking up that Northern Ireland Executive are failing to deliver?
And I think in response to the initial question in regards to the provision of support that Informing Choices were given, the BPAS is now picking up. Informing Choices had put in a provisional bid for £83,000 in a business case to provide that. BPAS, as the members indicated, is picking that up at no additional cost to myself or our department, and as much as a challenging funding place for the Department of Health. But I do want to play, and the member has indicated before in this House that she is a director of Informing Choices NI, and I want to note the vital role that they have provided in Northern Ireland, and that's why my department and the Public Health Agency does provide roughly £137,000 a year in funding Informing Choices, and that funding supports the provision of free sexual health advice and the counselling service and literature on a range of issues for people who are often young, vulnerable or in crisis, and that includes contraception, STIs, as well as sexual health and relationships education for people with learning disabilities as well.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. When you Google abortion services NI, one of the first organisations to come up is a discredited, biased and anti-choice organisation. So I want to ask the Minister, in light of this decision around informed choices, what steps will he take to ensure that women here are aware of abortion services that are currently available locally and ensure they are able to access information that is both safe, accurate and reliable?
And I thank the member, and I think that goes back to Ms Hunter's question as well in regard to the information that's available on trust websites as per direction. Google search engines are not within my scope, but I think it is important that our trusts are providing the signposting and facility for what is crucial services and advice lines as well.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, Minister, is it your position that women should be able to easily access legally provided abortion services in Northern Ireland, and that information should be as easy for them to access as possible? And secondly, would it have been your preference that Informing Choices, who in my view have done an extremely professional job, in the view of lots of other people, at providing this service over the last period, that they should have continued doing it? Would that have been your preference?
In regards to my preference or not, Informing Choices, when they signalled their intention to withdraw their services as of from the 1st of August due to funding pressures, and a bid that my department officials were working up into a paper to produce to the executive as per the direction requires us to. It was the engagement of the trusts where they picked up and engaged with BPAS and provided that provision of service and advice to women that actually meets what Informing Choices were doing. So there's a continuation of advice and services there as well.
And members, that concludes the urgent oral question. Members, just to make a very brief announcement, as you know, the Minister of Justice was unable to attend question time in the Assembly today. The Business Committee has agreed a revised order paper to show question time to the Minister of Justice to take place tomorrow at 2:45. And item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank everybody very much.
Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.